afternoon.
Nice for you to keep your vomit inside.
I want to call to order the Charlotte City Council July 10th business meeting and hope that everyone had a really great holiday over the 4th of July week. I think we all appreciated the break and even the rain was okay for us for doing this. So please note that tonight we are going to have a business meeting, but we will also be holding zoning hearings that were previously scheduled for the June 20th zoning meeting. But I'd like, before we go into the business, I'd like to get started with introductions around the dais. So we'll start with Ms. Gray.
Okay. Terry Hagler-Gray, Senior Assistant City Attorney.
Victoria Watlington, District 3.
Charles Picari, District 6. Ed Driggs, District 7.
Malcolm Graham, District 2.
Vi Lyles, Mayor.
Marcus Jones, City Manager.
Good evening, Luana Mayfield, Council Member at Large. Almost forgot.
Good evening, Marjorie Molina, District 5.
Happy Monday. Dimple Ashmara, serving you as your at-large member.
Billy Tons, Deputy City Clerk.
All right. Thank you, everyone. The City Council has a commitment to begin our meetings with an invocation or an expression of inspiration, followed by our Pledge of Allegiance. We recognize that diversity in thought and faith is something that's really actually here in our community. So we ask folks to participate as they choose to in both any type of invocation as well as with the pledge. Tonight, Councilmember Watlington will address the council.
Thank you. If you so choose, please bow your heads. Heavenly Father, we thank you for the opportunity to get together again and deliberate over the policy that's going to drive this community forward. Lord, we understand and recognize that we are in a very divisive time in our country, and we know that oftentimes we can get so caught up in issues that we forget to see people. We ask that you give us eyes to see and ears to hear, so that as we are having conversations and defending our positions, that we remember that everything we do is to be done in love and as unto you. And so we ask for your wisdom, we ask for your peace, and we ask for unity in this space tonight. And we thank you for keeping us, and we ask right now for a successful meeting and for the blessing of a better life for each and every person in our community. We thank you for the opportunity to serve, and we pray that you are well pleased. Amen.
Amen.
Let's stand for our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Before we begin our meeting today, we have some recognitions. We're often very proud to have people come down because they've done something special. Today we have young people coming down because they've done something exceptionally. The Odyssey of the Mind team. Odyssey of the Mind teaches students how to develop and use their natural creativity to become problem solvers. Imagine being faced with a problem that requires an original solution. It can be frightening. It can now imagine not being afraid to solve that problem. And that's what Odyssey of the Mind members learn. The skill builds self-confidence that will carry over to all areas of their lives. Odyssey of the Mind brings the classroom to life as students apply what they learn and combine it with their interests and passion to solve unique, open-ended problems. Odyssey of the Mind also emphasizes teamwork, budgeting, time management, public speaking. Next time you should come down here so that you can be doing our public speaking, and so much more. It's an international program designed to help us all learn more and grow. This team of fifth grade girls, please stand up, fifth grade girls. They participated in the Odyssey of the Mind World Finals. Now, to get to the World Finals, they had to be local, then they had to go statewide, and then they got to go to the Michigan State University. And they really were successful. They were winners in their elementary division and competed with over 40 other teams, this successful opportunity. Let's give them a big hand. These young ladies spent countless hours coming up with a solution to a problem provided from Odyssey of the Mind. They built a set, they had props, robots, and Rubert Goldberg design machine, a working volcano. You didn't start a fire anywhere, I hope. Costumes and others. It took this group of girls months to do this, and they did this all the while that they were in school. So we're very proud of this. I want you to know that this is something in our city we need to see more of. Thank you very much for joining us today, and thank you for your ability to showcase Charlotte at Michigan State University. All right. So I know that you don't have to stay here to listen to the council, but if you would like to, it would certainly be our present, our gift, your gift to us. So, you want to do a proclamation?
Yes.
All right, I'd like to now recognize Councilmember Mayfield for a proclamation.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will be sharing with you a joint proclamation. Whereas on July 26, 1990, President George H.W. Bush signed into law the Americans with Disabilities Act, the ADA, to ensure the civil rights of people with disabilities. This legislation established a clear and comprehensive national mandate for the elimination of discrimination against individuals with disabilities. On July 26, we will celebrate the 33rd anniversary of the signing of the ADA, and whereas the ADA has expanded opportunities for Americans with disabilities by reducing barriers, changing perceptions, and increasing full participation in community life, however, the full promise of the ADA will only be reached if we remain committed to continue our efforts to fully implement the ADA. And whereas Mecklenburg County and the City of Charlotte celebrate the contributions and achievements of people with disabilities and honor the goals of this landmark legislation, and whereas on the anniversary of the Americans with Disabilities Act, Mecklenburg County and the City of Charlotte celebrate and recognize the progress that has been made by reaffirming the principles of equality and inclusion and recommitting our efforts to reach full ADA compliance. And whereas we celebrate those positive changes in our community so people with disabilities can be free from negative attitudes and architectural barriers, we honor businesses in our community for complying with the Americans with Disabilities Act by making their establishments accessible and usable to all patrons with disabilities. And whereas we envision a community in which every resident is accepted for who they are, where all are welcome with respect and given equal opportunities to contribute to the human experience. Now, therefore, we, by Alexander Lyles, Mayor of Charlotte, and George Dunlap, Chair of the Mecklenburg County Board of Commissioners, do hereby reaffirm to continue to work towards full ADA compliance, hereby proclaim July 26, 2023 as National Disability Independence Day in the City of Charlotte and Mecklenburg County, and encourage all residents of the city and county to recognize that the Americans with Disabilities Act has and will continue to improve the quality of life for all people with disabilities in our community in our community. Witness our hands and the official seals of the Mecklenburg County and the City of Charlotte, our Mayor, bylaws, and County Commissioner George Dunlap.
Thank you very much for the proclamation. Our Community Relations Committee is the home for this program and the work that is done to follow up to make sure that we comply with the requirements as well as the need for this effort. So is there anyone here from Community Relations? If not, Ms. Babson, would you please take and make sure that we forward this to the appropriate team that's doing all of this hard work for us. Thank you very much. Now we'll begin the business meeting of the council, and we have items that we have what we call consent items. These are items that council has already discussed, they've appropriated or had funding for, and these are items that we believe that may be voted on as a total group. And so may I have a motion to approve consent items 44 through 81 with the, I'm sorry, Ms. Mayfield?
Yes, Madam Mayor, there were a couple of items that I was going to pull out. I was raising my hand for after you finished.
Okay, thank you. All right, so consent items 44 through 81, which may be considered in one motion, with the following exceptions. Item 76 has been deferred. Item 52, I'll read what it says. Item 52, electric vehicle chargers and related services, is also being removed from the agenda. Item 75, Charlotte Water Property Transactions, Little Hope Creek Sanitary Sewer Improvements, parcel number 323, is being also taken off the agenda because that item has been settled. And then item 76, the property transactions of Shamrock Drive improvements, parcel number 2, is being deferred until the next business meeting of the council. Are there any other items that you request as a separate vote? Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to ask you to pull item number 49.
All right. So we'll add to that list, Madam Clerk, 49. Is there anyone else?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if you would give me one moment.
A separate vote or comment?
Comment 69, please.
All right. Okay. We can do that as a part of the motion, but do you have any others that need a separate vote?
No, staff actually was able to give me the information I needed. Thank you.
All right. So we have a motion. We have included, as in addition to those that I read, item number 49. Do I have a motion to approve the items that have been mentioned in this motion?
So moved.
All right. We have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing no further discussion, all in favor, please raise your hands. Do we have, that is a majority of our vote. All right, let's go to the first one, which is a comment around item 69 from Ms. Mayfield, followed by the separate vote for 49 by Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I reached out to staff since this one is the public hearing on a development. Just wanted clarification since this was multifamily, since we have noted in here that there was residential, wanted to just make sure that there was currently no residential. It's actually 2 items, but we moved rather quickly because 44 I had wanted to speak to, but we've already voted on that. But I do want to say thank you to Marie Harris for quickly getting me the responses that I needed on asking specifically for this conversation to identify that we do not currently have any residents and that the parcels are all owned by the particular petitioner.
All right, thank you. Ms. Johnson, item 49.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to pull that for a separate vote. It is a motion, or it's on the agenda to approve a contract amendment to the contract with Atrium Health for the hospital-based violence intervention program. So I wanted to know if we had any outcomes. I see the goals. I see the demographics, that 90% of patients are male, 79% of the patients are Black or African American, 91% of patients were injured via firearm. But I wanted to know if we're actually receiving the outcomes or the output of that program. I think that we need to really start taking a look at that, and funders in general need to start taking a look at the output and the outcomes. So I wanted to know if we have any reports for that, and if not, if that's something, as we're amending the contract, if we can include.
Ms. Harris?
Good evening, and thank you, Ms. Johnson. And yes, you should have a handout. I know you're running back-to-back in meetings today, but on page 2 of your handout at your desk, it goes over some of that information. And yes, ma'am, we do already have some outcome measures, and we'll have a full report to you by the end of this summer in their 2-year report. But it does have, like they capture recidivism, remission for trauma-related injury. So they've provided for us 52 participants versus 52 non-participants, and kind of done some initial trend analysis on the differences between those two groups, but there's definitely outcome measures, and we'll be able to give you a full report.
Great, that's great to know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
To approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to approve. Any further discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, that is adopted and approved. Okay. Now we will go to our public forum. We have 5 speakers that would like to come down and address the council. As we do this forum, each person has 3 minutes to address the council. And as a result of your comments, the staff will follow up with you in response to that in the next week or so. And you'll get a response around your request if it's necessary, or at least you'll be known that you spoke up and now we're ready to go. So I'm sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. We do need to do the zoning. But I think that I would like to have our public people leave so that they don't have to sit through the zoning items first. So, Ms. Crawford, is Ms. Crawford? The forum is after, you advertised it for 6:30. I thought it was already 6:30. It seems like it sometimes. Okay, let's then go to our zoning meeting. Let's see if I can find it here. What page is the zoning on? Consent. Zoning. Thank you, Mr. Pettin, for joining us.
Hi, young people.
All right, thank you. Mr. Pettin, will you go through the petitioners that have asked for a deferral, and we would take a motion, council, on those petitions that are requesting a deferral?
Certainly. We have 2 items requesting deferral. Item number 3, 2012-177, Charlotte Housing Authority, Horizon Development Properties, Inc. That's a public hearing requesting a deferral till December 18th of 2023. And then we have item number...
Madam Mayor, Mr. Patton, can you repeat that? I couldn't hear you. Can you slow down just a little, please?
Sure.
I didn't hear that petition number.
It actually is 2015. It was listed wrong on my sheet in front of me. It's 2015-027 by Charlotte Housing Authority / Horizon Development Properties, Inc. They are requesting a deferral until December 18th of 2023. And then we have item number 4, which is the 2022 petitions, 2022-134 by Clearwater Development Partners, and they are requesting a deferral to our August 21st meeting of 2023.
Move to defer.
All right, do we have a motion to...
Second.
And we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, please raise your hand for approval of the deferrals. Okay. All right, now let me go through the explanation of our zoning process with you. There are 2 types of rezoning items on our agenda: decisions and hearings. Today, we're only doing hearings, and if you wish to speak, and you've not signed up with the city clerk, please sign up now if you're not on the current speaker list. The petitioners and those in favor, as we are doing this, the petitioners and those in favor get 3 minutes combined to present their case unless there is opposition. And I believe we do have 1 item for opposition. Is that right, Mr. Pettin?
That's correct.
Today. If staff is in opposition, The petitioner gets 10 minutes, along with the opponents getting 10 minutes combined, and the petitioner does get a 2-minute rebuttal. If no one is opposed or signed up to speak, staff will have a short presentation, and we'll close that public hearing and go to the next one. After the public hearing, the petition goes to the Zoning Committee or the Planning Commission for review and recommendation. And now I'd like to introduce the newly installed Zoning Committee Chair, Douglas Welton, to introduce the members of the Zoning Committee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Douglas Welton. I am the Chairman of the Zoning Committee of the Planning Commission. Allow me to introduce my fellow members here on the Zoning Committee. We have Will Russell, Terry Lansdale, Shauna Neely, Clayton Seeley, Rick Winokur, and Rebecca Wilden. The Zoning Committee will meet on Tuesday, August 1st at 5:30 p.m. At that meeting, the Zoning Committee will meet and discuss and make recommendations on the petitions that have public hearings tonight. The public is welcome to attend that meeting, but please note it is not a continuation of the public hearing that is being held here tonight. Prior to that meeting, you are welcome to contact any of the members of the Zoning Committee and provide us with any input you would like. You can find our contact information and information on each petition on the city's website at charlotteplanning.org. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Welton. All right, so we'll now proceed to the first item on our zoning hearing process. We're going to open the public hearing on rezoning petition 2021-221 by Paulette Canaday for approximately 5 acres located on the west side of Statesville, east of Millhaven, and south of Sunset in District 2. It is currently zoned neighborhood B1, and its proposed zoning is institutional conditional with conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolutions of items related to transportation. And we do have one speaker, Timothy McMullen. Mr. McMullen, you have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you. 2021-221, it's 5 acres, just over 5 acres on Statesville Road. Currently zoned neighborhood 1B. Proposed zoning is for institutional conditional. The policy map for this petition does recommend the neighborhood 1 place type for this site. The proposal is for up to a 15,000 square foot facility, which would provide day activities and habilitative programs for developmentally challenged individuals. Does limit building height to 40 feet, provides an outdoor recreation area, and also provides a 24-foot Class C buffer to the adjacent single-family homes. Does commit to streetscape improvements along Statesville Avenue to include an 8-foot planting strip and 6-foot sidewalk, and also dedicates 50 feet of right-of-way from the road center line. And as mentioned, staff does recommend approval of the petition. Do have some outstanding issues related to transportation to work through. It is inconsistent with the neighborhood 1 place type. These types of institutional uses can be found in the neighborhood 2 place type and maybe on a smaller scale in neighborhood 1. So overall, the inconsistency wasn't something that gave staff too grave of concern. So we are recommending approval, and we'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right. Mr. McMullen, welcome, and your 3 minutes begins now.
Thank you. The slide presentation, will that be queued up for us, please?
Yes, that will.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of the council. I'm Timothy McMullen, architect. I'm here representing Ms. Paulette Canaday, who is the owner, manager of the Kids Workshop, which is the petitioner for this rezoning hearing. Next slide, please. The Kids Workshop is a facility that is dedicated to assisting individuals with developmental disabilities. And on the screen, you can see the mission statement. And I'll just quickly read that. The Kids Workshop mission is to provide a wholesome atmosphere that stimulates an individual's growth intellectually, physically, and emotionally. We believe that with proper guidance and the necessary tools, success is possible. Our staff will be sensitive to the needs of each participant. Our aim is to assist individuals with developmental disabilities to achieve the highest level of independence while maintaining their dignity and self-esteem. Next slide. As the gentleman has referenced, we have worked to develop the plan and have attempted to meet all the basic requirements of the ordinance relative to the institutional zoning. And there was one remaining item to be resolved from transportation, which is a technical detail of the driveway entrance. So we will certainly make that revision to the documentation and get that submitted for review prior to the zoning committee meeting. Next slide, please. This facility is proposed to help with the individuals who have developmental disabilities, and the site itself is a long and narrow site, and accordingly the plan for the facility will be more rectilinear, and of course that creates a few challenges for arrangements of space and access and full utilization. But I think we've accomplished in this conceptual design the better aspects of that. The owner, Ms. Kennedy, had developed a concept for this facility, and having already operated a successful kids workshop complex on Beatty's Ford Road, which is north and west of this current site on Statesville, she is well adept and successful at serving the needs of that population. So I think this facility will certainly be an asset to the community. I think economically, the visibility there on Statesville Road will infuse interest and excitement for further development. Next slide, please. This view is just a conceptual rendering.
Your 3 minutes are up.
Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
And if you have questions, I'll be happy to
All
answer.
right.
Move to close the hearing.
Are there any questions? Here, we have a motion to close the public hearing. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, we have a second. Is there any discussion? If there's no discussion, all in favor of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Thank you. The next item is petition 2022-114 by Rohit Patel. We're now going to open the public hearing on this rezoning petition for approximately 4.1 acres located on the north side of Ridge Road, south of Mallard Creek, north of 85, and it is in the ETJ closest to Ms. Johnson, District 4, and it is currently zoned Neighborhood 1A. Proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional, and staff recommends approval of this petition, and staff will do a presentation, and we do not have any speakers for this item.
Okay, thank you. 2022-114, 4.18 acres as mentioned off Ridge Road, currently zoned Neighborhood 1A. Proposed zoning is for R8 multifamily conditional. Neighborhood 1 is the recommended place type. You see we do have some campus, manufacturing, logistics located within that area as well, both the church and the large potential industrial project there at the manufacturing and logistics site. This would allow up to 26 multifamily units on sublots. They'd be grouped into buildings of 4 units and 3 units. Would provide an 8-foot planting strip and 5-foot sidewalk along the public entrance drive, as well as 400 square feet of open space per unit, and just over 4,800 square feet of common open space. Also would provide a 26-foot Class C buffer to adjacent single-family uses, a school bus shelter near the Ridge Road entrance, as well as architectural standards for the residential units. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. There are no outstanding issues. It is inconsistent with Neighborhood 1. We do feel that the nature and size and scale of the project, particularly located in an area where you've got a large potential employment center, as well as Concord Mills just on the other side in Cabarrus County, does make it a reasonable spot for this type of development. And we, again, do recommend approval and be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Are there any questions for the staff?
Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing and a second. Any discussion? All in support of closing the public hearing, please raise your hand. Thank you very much. The next item is petition 2022-151 by Reno Properties, LLC. We're going to have this property is for the public hearing for approximately 4.3 acres located on the north side of David Cox Road, east of Sugar Creek, south of Hayden Drive, and it's in District 4. It's currently zoned Neighborhood N1A. And I think I've skipped one, didn't I?
119.
119.
Yes.
2022, 119.
Excuse me, yeah, we
Yeah,
should
I
be on
did.
item 7, 2022-119.
I did skip 7, and item 7. So let's go back, reset, rewind. We're going to open the public hearing for 22119 by Blackburn Communities. It is petition 22 2022-119 for approximately 9 acres located on the north and south side of Johnston-Oehler Road and south side of Robert Helms, east of Prosperity Church, and it's in District 4, currently zoned Neighborhood 1A. Proposed zoning is urban residential conditional, UR3. Staff recommends approval. We do have a speaker. We'll have the staff presentation, and then the petition, the speaker is Mr. Fields.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Patton.
Yes, 2022-119, approximately 9.2 acres. It's in Prosperity Village off Robert Helms Road and Johnston-Oehler Road, currently zoned N1A. Proposed zoning is UR3 conditional. You can see we have quite a mix of zoning districts in this area: MUD, neighborhood services, commercial center, UR2. So a pretty healthy mix of zoning districts and mix of uses in this activity center, which is the recommended place type on the 2040 policy map. It does call for a community activity center, which we have a lot of those components in place and ongoing in this area. This proposal is for up to 285 multifamily residential dwelling units. Those would be served in apartments and carriage units at a rate of about 31 DUA. Vehicular access is proposed to be provided from Johnston-Oehler, as well as a new public street generally depicted on the site plan. Pedestrian access is proposed all the way to Robert Helms Road. It does include architectural standards that are built in for each building, and buildings would be designed with recognizable architectural features facing public and network required streets. Blank walls will be limited to 20 feet in all directions. The proposal also does include site design standards such as 8-foot sidewalks and planting strips along all public streets, also prohibiting individual garages from directly accessing public streets, and the proposal limits buildings to mid-rise height not to exceed 70 feet. One other component, the piece to the south side of Johnston-Oehler, you can see this is kind of split between that road. That would be all primarily tree save and open space. No development is actually proposed on that triangular piece just on that south side of Johnston-Oehler. As mentioned, staff does recommend approval of the petition. We don't have any outstanding issues to work through. It is consistent with the policy map recommendation for Community Activity Center, and we will take any questions following Mr. Fields' presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Fields. We also have Mr. Kiger, if he wishes to speak.
Mayor, thank you very much. Mayor, members of council, and Mr. Chairman and members of the zoning committee, I'm Walter Fields, and quite frankly, I thought that there was going to be a 10-minute presentation tonight, so I'm going to have to talk really fast. My client, Greg Angelo, with Blackburn Communities, and Crystal Griffin are here. Our architect, Chad Askew, and Scott Kiger is our land planner. We have a presentation, and I'm going to rush through it as quickly as I can. As Dave said, this is a site in the center of Prosperity Village. This is a familiar site to me because I was around when we put all this on the ground years and years and years ago. It's one of the few places in Charlotte where we did a plan and we're still sticking to it. It's important that Dave pointed out that this is consistent with the 2040 policy map. I know that sometimes y'all struggle with things which come back as inconsistent, but this one is rooted. Before it was the policy map, it was the Huck's Prosperity Land Use Plan, and it was called for multifamily in this location. And before that, it was the 1996 Northeast District Plan, which called for this mixed-use development in this location. And if you never saw it, this was the original concept plan for Prosperity Village. And so we're rooted in plan consistency back from the creation of the plan. Again, the site is in the center of a block. We have land to the east and west of us, which is vacant. Our site sort of fills in the middle. We have pedestrian connections to the north to to Robert Helms, and to Johnston-Oehler, Prosperity Ridge, and Prosperity Church to the east, west, and south. The remainder of that block will fill in over time with non-residential development. We've spoken to the property owners to our east who are actually actively planning for development of the land that you see to the right of our site. And property owners to the west who are anxious to develop their property, but there is no sewer. One of the benefits of our development coming along when it does is we will actually be putting in a sewer line which will open up those parcels for development. And so it completes the package of both residential and non-residential uses together. This is a little bit of this map also shows the street connections that we're constructing, the extension of Barrow Road through our site as part of the street network for Prosperity Village. The yellow lines that you see on there are not just a basic sidewalk network. They are 2 large sidewalk connections out to the north, and those sidewalks don't run around our site, they run through our site. And as Dave mentioned, the area to the south of Johnston-Oehler Road is an area that is specifically set aside in our plan as a community gathering space. It will be operated and maintained and programmed by Blackburn, but it is a community facility available for community activities. The pedestrian linkage, the vehicular linkage, the commercial linkages, and the open space to the south are all in direct response to concerns that we've had.
Thank you very much, Mr. Fields.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it. Are there any questions for the staff or the petitioner, Ms. Johnson?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Walter, for the presentation. We've had the pleasure of meeting. This petition we're getting some opposition from the community. One of the things that they're asking for, and this question I guess would be for staff, when you talk about activity center, one of the things that the residents talk about with this development, District 4, Mallard Creek, Prosperity, it's growing so fast, the explosive growth, and we know that I've talked about it consistently. This is one of the last areas of development in that whole area. And they're asking for more what they're calling third spaces where the community can gather, such as in an activity center. How do we reconcile that we call it an activity center, but it's residential development?
So when we look at it from an activity center standpoint, we're also looking at all the other uses that are around in this general activity center that support that mix. And we do have grocery, we do have medical facilities. I know there are office facilities. I think there's a movie theater in the area. We also have a large petition that was just approved just south of this off Prosperity Ridge that's bringing another large tenant, retail anchor, and other retail shops. So we kind of zoom out and look at the entirety of the activity center to see what other uses we may have in there. As you can see on the screen, there's quite a bit of non-residential uses on the west side of Prosperity Church Road. On that south side where you can see a lot of the dirt being moved on that lower roundabout, that's where another large mixed-use project with residential retail is going. To the west off Barrow Road, we have senior living, we have a child care facility, a school. So we've got a pretty healthy mix of uses throughout the activity center. So when we get an individual petition like this, we don't just look at what it's providing individually. We do zoom out and kind of look at what's going on in the activity center as a whole. We've had some where there's not a healthy mix, and we do encourage petitioners to fold that into their own individual project, but this one we felt had a pretty good, healthy enough mix to serve the residential that's there and the residential that's pending. We do still have some NS zoning just to the west of this parcel that would provide non-residential uses, so there's still some things on the way that'll be built out. But between those pending projects, what's existing, and this one, felt it still gave enough of a healthy mix of uses in that activity center for us.
Okay, so you consider it a healthy mix?
Yeah, I would think that there's always, things that are walkable to this location. There's things that are in a short bus ride. There are things that could be in a short bike ride even on the other side, on the north of 485. So I think overall, as we kind of, like I said, zoom out a bit, there's a good mix that would provide some uses in close proximity to the folks that would potentially be living there as a result of this project.
Okay, thank you. I sent an email to zoning, planning, and also CDOT earlier today, asking about the increased number of units in this area in the last 2 years, maybe the 2-mile radius, versus the number of additional bus stops. Because, all the development on Mallard Creek, I was driving down there yesterday, and I didn't see a bus stop. So those are the kind of considerations that I always talk about with infrastructure, and I don't know if we've gotten that answer, but that is something that I would would like.
Okay.
I don't, yeah, I
I
don't
think
know
I
if we have
saw
that
a
information.
few on the bus service side. We'll have to pull some numbers together on the units. That'll take us a little bit to pull some of that info, but I think I did see some responses on the bus service. I didn't really get a chance to read them in detail, but certainly recognize the request, and we'll get that info to you as soon as we can.
Okay, so yeah, I have received quite a few emails about 2022-119. I'm working with my assistant, Josella, and I just wanted to let the residents know that we will be scheduling a meeting. I reached out to Walter, so hopefully we can do that and continue discussions with the community and also the developer.
Okay.
Thank you. Move to close.
I have a motion to close in a second. Any discussion? All in favor of the motion being, the hearing closing, please raise your hand. All right, that's unanimous. We'll go to the next item, item 8, and we're going to open the public hearing for petition 2022-151 by Reno Properties for approximately 4.3 acres located on the north side of David Cox at West Sugar Creek, Hayden Drive. It's in District 4. It's currently zoned neighborhood 1N1A. Proposed zoning is multifamily residential R17, multifamily CD. Staff does not recommend approval of this petition in its current form, and staff may evaluate its recommendation with the development outcome that better aligns with neighborhood 1 place type. We do have speakers here, and there are speakers for and in opposition, so the staff will do a presentation, and then the petitioner will have 10 minutes, and then the speakers against will have 10 minutes. So Mr. Former Council Member Michael Barnes is going to represent the petitioner, and the speakers, if you'll kind of line up for this, it's Meta Hughes, Abigail Hernandez, and Delsonia Bailey. All right, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you. 2022-151.
Oh, I'm sorry, we haven't had the petitioner, the staff, but I'm reading the book and I'm thinking, oh, you've
That's all
already
right.
done this, so, all right, let's go with this.
All right, 2022-151, 4.37 acres, just off David Cox Road and West Sugar Creek Road. It's currently zoned N1A. Policy map does recommend neighborhood 1 for that site. The proposal would be for up to 43 single-family attached townhomes and buildings consisting of no more than 6 units. That comes in at about 9.7 units to the acre. Vehicular access would be provided from private streets, access from a public street extension of Old Sugar Creek Road. That would also include an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip. Architectural design standards related to primary and restricted building materials, maximum building lengths, blank wall areas, pedestrian entrances, usable porches and stoops, and garage door locations, et cetera, have been worked into the conditional notes. Each unit will have direct sidewalk connections that lead throughout the site to the new public street. It does include fence, wall, and site lighting standards for the overall project. It also has a maximum base building height of 40 feet with additional height as allowed per the zoning ordinance. Essentially, that means more height as you get away from individual single-family property lines within the site. So it's usually at a 1 foot per every 10 feet. Staff does not recommend approval of the petition in its current form. We would like to see a little bit more of alignment with some of the neighborhood 1 place type building forms. So I'd like to see maybe a breakup of some of these larger buildings that are in groups of 6 and 5 to break that down into some more 2, 3, and potentially 4-unit building groupings. We'll continue to work with the petitioner on some of those outcomes and continue to evaluate our recommendation as we go through that. Again, it is inconsistent with the policy map recommendation, and we will take any questions following petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, now, former Councilmember Barnes, please, you have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, council members, Mr. Manager, Madam Attorney, Zoning Committee. I'm Michael Barnes. I represent Reno Properties in this petition. And now that I've got 10 minutes, so I can give you all a little bit of a story. We've had a virtual community meeting, and we had an in-person community meeting after the virtual one, just to get people's concerns out in the open. And among the things we heard were concerns about public safety, concerns about traffic, and concerns about density on the site. And I explained to the community members at our in-person meeting, which was held at Gracie and Me Zion, and we appreciate Pastor McLean for letting us meet there and for him participating as well. that a traffic impact study is not required for this site, and there's not a lot that we can do about some public safety issues at the food line, which is down Sugar Creek. But since we met with the community, we've actually made some adjustments with respect to density and with respect to the layout. There are homes to the north of the site on Hayden Drive near that swim buffer, and they were concerned about proximity between our site and their homes. And initially, the buffer was that BMP was 38 feet from the property line. It is now 95 feet. We've moved it farther south. And the rear of the closest units was 102 feet, and it's now 203 feet. So we've moved everything down on the map, and we've reduced the number of units to 39 units. So we've tried to respond to concerns. We've also, we're going to be replacing a wooden fence. You see the curved road there? I'm not sure I can, let's see. There's a curved road there, and the church is here, and we are going to be working to replace the fence there to try to beautify that area a bit, and also increase the tree save on that northwestern side of the site. So we, as you all see, it's a really bizarre shape that site is, and it was occupied by a vacant home and a dilapidated barn. Those have both been removed, and so we are proposing to replace the dilapidated structure and the barn with 39 for-sale townhomes. Under a by right development, if you could imagine there being a large cul-de-sac in the middle of the site and several triplexes around the cul-de-sac. That result was created by the nature of the setbacks that are contained in the ordinance. So we were trying to create a more traditional layout to the site. Who was that? We were trying to create a more traditional layout to the site, which is what you see on the screen here, as opposed to again, if you could envision a large cul-de-sac with triplexes around it. So I'm happy to answer any questions you all may have. I appreciate your time. Look forward to responding to any concerns from the community, and I thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll hear from the opposition, Meta Hughes, Abigail Hernandez, and Sonia Bailey. Feel free to come down to the podium here, either side. You will have 10 minutes once you begin your presentation. And if you would please identify, all of you look wonderful, and so we just want to know who gets to be called first.
We're going to be talking in the order which we remember.
All right, thank you. So, Ms. Hughes?
Yes, Hughes. I'm going to be reading my speech, so to say, from my tablet here, which of course acts like all technology. Good evening.
Good evening.
Elected officials, thank you for serving. In my hand, I have petitions with over 100 signatures. There would have been more had time been adequate. The petition states that our community is in opposition to development that would necessitate rezoning from the current N1A zoning ordinance, which has been designated to well-established Charlotte neighborhoods, to an R17 zoning ordinance, which would permit buildings up to 39 three-story single-family homes on 4 acres of land. The majority of this community was unaware of this proposal, as the signage indicating such was skewed. The letters that went out on April 18th for an April 26th Zoom meeting did not reach us. The landscape of this community is 2-story and ranch homes. Our neighborhood had a recent restructuring that allowed building the Sugar Creek enclaves, 31 two-story homes on 9.6 acres. These homes are homogeneous to our neighborhood and were designated and rezoned to R6. A traffic impact study is needed during peak hours to assess that indeed traffic is backing up in our neighborhood. It can take approximately 2 minutes to make a left-hand turn from Yorkford Drive onto Sugar Creek. The construction will only be worsened by additional housing construction. This section of Charlotte is booming and rapidly growing. However, no thoughtful plans have been developed for water, education, and traffic control. We ask that Reno LCC return to the drawing board and come up with a proposal that is conform to our neighborhood, which would require less drain on our current infrastructure. We respectfully request that the rezoning petition be amended. The amendment should be for two-story single-family homes which conform to our neighborhood. Thank you for your consideration.
All right. You have.
Good evening, all. Thank you, Mayor and City Council members, for your time today. In conjunction to what Ms. Mehta said, as a representative of our town, we are extremely, disappointed with the way that this meeting was canceled and rescheduled and canceled and rescheduled. Finally, it was rescheduled for today, July 17th. We were only given notice on Friday via mail. As you could tell, that was inconsiderate to our efforts in trying to get our community here on time. It's hard to ask someone Friday evening to take off from work so they could be here on Monday. We ask that this disappointment doesn't continue moving forward and that you reject Rena's plan to build the outrageous 39 three-story units on just 4 acres of land. We find ourselves assuming that this lack of commitment to the community is ongoing. In previous meetings held today, we noticed that everything was being approved because it was conforming. So I can't deny that it brought a smile to my face when the committee decided to negate the plan of Reno to build these houses. Our main concerns are the 3 stories. We would like them to be 2 stories, conforming to our neighborhood. So single-family, 2-story dwellings. I appreciate Mr. Barnes in saying that he has tried to work with us in his own way. They were able to push the pond a bit further, but this goes further than just moving the pond a couple of feet to make it adequate to be able to put that many houses in such little land. In 2020, I moved to Charlotte from a congested New York City, only to find myself in 2023 in what tries to be a fake New York City. I say fake because we don't have the infrastructure to support the amount of houses that they're planning to put into our communities. The beautiful part about Charlotte is the open spaces, the big homes. If you take that away, then why are we coming down here? Why are more people moving? Why this 2040 plan seems to be just agreed plan to put more and more houses in already congested neighborhoods. We moved down here for the country. We like seeing green land. And it seems like all that's trying to be taken away from us to provide more and more and more housing. We have to get the people here first. And they're not going to come with this being this congested. Not only that, this pond is bound to mess up the structure and the foundation of our houses on Hayden Drive. Most of our houses are on slabs. This retention pond is directly behind our backyards. We already have flooding as it is right now. This pond is going to add an increased hydrostatic pressure to our foundations and compromise the integrity of our houses. If y'all are homeowners, you understand the effort that we put into buying a house, the effort and the money that goes into becoming homeowners. And to just imagine that 43 houses are going to be comfortable and your foundation can be shaken is alarming. So we kindly ask the council to keep true to your commitment to the community and deny Rena's plan and send them back to the drawing board. We want 2-story houses, single family. We don't need more people in an already congested town. Thank you.
All right. You have approximately 2 minutes.
All right, Madam Mayor. Hello,
Ms.
everyone.
Bailey.
I'll be quick. My name is Dee Bailey. I reside on Hayden Drive. My concern is this. If you go to Google right now, you tap into Zillow, in my zip code where they want to build, we have over 269 homes available. We have 172 for rent. It's mixed, duplexes, multiplexes, single-family homes. It's disturbing that we want to saturate David Cox and Sugar Creek, where we have an elementary school that's already backed up into the intersection. So I will also say that my representative, I've not met you, Ms. Johnson, but I am disappointed that we had 2 community meetings we invited you to, but you and Mr. Barnes were able to connect, walk the land, and for the most part, based on Mr. Barnes' conversation with us at the meeting, had already solidified things. I move that we push back because this does not look like we were even considered in this. What she was trying to articulate is that we received notice from the zoning committee, or actually, Ms. Johnson, you texted all of us or emailed us that it was 7/17. And then we got notice from the planning committee or zoning committee, I think, Friday. And so we had over 100 people that wanted to be here and present to you. So we feel like this doesn't sit right with us. It doesn't appear to be fair to the community because we didn't get to meet with our representative and the schedules were changing.
Say that. That's right. Please.
Yeah, just in closing for me, again, I don't understand, it's not about affordable housing that's going here in this little area of 4 acres. When it was originally zoned for 3 single-family houses per acre, and now you want to shove 39 to 43 units behind us. That's asinine. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. All right. I just wanted to make sure that the rebuttal for Mr. Barnes, you have 2 minutes, Mr. Barnes.
Thank you again, Mayor and Council. There was no, I never indicated to anybody that this was a done deal. So.
Yeah, you're on tape.
No, I didn't indicate. I did this for 10 years, and there's no way I would have told anybody that a rezoning was a done deal before the public hearing. They haven't even voted yet, so I never said that. I never would have said it. Here's the point, Mayor and Council. As I indicated earlier, the petitioner has done everything within reason to address most of the issues. The aerial image that was up a few moments ago showed that the site that we have is wooded. There will continue to be, the one I think may have been before that one, there will continue to be a tree buffer, a significant tree buffer between our site and the homes on Hayden Drive. And as I indicated, the pond itself will be at least 95 feet away from the property line on our side of the property line, and the closest townhomes will be at least 200 feet away from the property line. So we've done everything we could to move the site, the development deeper onto our site. Also, we've reduced the number of units, as I indicated, from 43 to 39, and we're going to work with Mr. Pettin and see if we can address some of the issues he raised earlier. But I want to be clear, though, I operate in good faith on doing these things. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, but I don't like to mislead people or to be misled. So anyway, I appreciate your consideration. Happy to answer any questions you might have, and I thank you.
All right. So are there any questions for the staff or the petitioner or the petition? I will start with Ms. Ajmira and then Ms. Johnson.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, Ms. Ajmira.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This one is a difficult one, Mr. Barnes. I don't have community support. I don't have staff support. There were certain comments that were made by Ms. Hughes, Ms. Hernandez, and Ms. Bailey about capital improvement plans for the area. Do we have someone from staff who can walk us through some of the capital improvement projects that's already been funded and approved by the council?
Not that I'm aware, but we can get to that at a follow-up.
Yeah, if you could share that with all three ladies, that would be great. Other questions that I have, I'll just directly email those to you, Mr. Barnes. But I would like to encourage you to continue to work with speakers that came here and spoke to us and see if we can find a middle ground here and if we can find a solution. But I appreciate all three of you coming to speak to us and appreciate you sharing your concerns. Hopefully, and I know there was one concern, I think there was something that was said that many times you see a lot of rezonings are getting approved. Well, let me tell you, a lot of times there is a lot of back and forth that you may not see, but there are a lot of district council members that work with petitioner one-on-one to ensure it comes to the point where a lot of this negotiations happen before it comes to a final decision. So that way, so that's what you see. You don't really see back behind the scene work that actually it's occurring to get to consensus building. So I just wanted you to be aware of that. And I'm sure your district council member will do that as well. But I hope that will happen in this case as well. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to say that I'm honored to represent District 4 and to represent such engaged residents. I've texted and spoken with Ms. Hernandez and also Ms. Hughes as recent as this weekend. I did tell them that the meeting was going to be on July 17th because I thought that zoning meetings are typically on the third Monday. It was at Friday. I reached out to my colleagues. I wanted to get this deferred, but because of that, and I was told that you all had received notice via mail and social media and other means. So I apologize. I wish that we could have moved the meeting. I wanted to move the meeting. As far as the community meeting, the meeting that I do know about was on 5:30. I was not available, and I wasn't available. But I've been available via phone. I'm responsive. I've talked to residents and also worked with Michael Barnes. It's not a done deal until council decides. And developers know, my colleagues know, and if you watched me, I feel, raise the bar for development in District 4. I'm constantly pushing back. You talk about infrastructure. I led the discussion so that we had an infrastructure meeting in December, the only one this council has had. I co-led that with Mr. Picari. So I constantly ask about infrastructure, oppose the 2040 plan because I'm with you as far as all of the density. I understand that. I also have been talking about cumulative impact since 2019. You're right. Traffic impact studies, yes, we do need those. We need a cumulative traffic impact studies. We've shown the map for the growth on Mallard Creek for 3 months in a row. I'm trying, I'm pushing. So please know that I hear you. Mr. Barnes came in, he's still adjusting the petition, but it's not approved. Staff doesn't approve it or support it, and we'll see what happens. Hopefully there can be, possibly, I can't say hopefully, possibly there can be a middle ground, because one of the things about this petition, it's for sale. That's what a lot of residents want. It's for sale, and it's not massive. So the city's changing, so how do we manage the change? So that's where we are. It's not approved yet, but I want you to know that I do listen to residents in District 4, and you know, and it goes as far as I texted just recently, I think, when was my last text, yesterday or today, that this meeting was happening. So I apologize for the way that this happened. It happened because the meeting in June was canceled unexpectedly. So thank you for coming out. Again, I'm honored to represent such engaged and informed residents, and we'll continue to work through this, Mike. Thank you. Move to close.
Second.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. All in favor of the closure, please raise your hand. All right, thank you. All right, so our next hearing is petition 2022-161 by Pulte Group. We're going to open this hearing. It's for approximately 29 acres located southwest of the intersection of Steel Creek, Parkside, Sledge Road, and the ETJ closest to District 3. It's currently zoned N1A. Proposed zoning is urban residential conditional UR2 CD. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to site and building design. And I believe on this one we have Mr. McVeigh, Ms. Melissa Oliver, and Matt Mandel as speakers in favor. We'll have the staff presentation followed up by, you have 3 minutes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-161, it's just under 30 acres. It's on Steel Creek Road. It is currently zoned Neighborhood 1A, and they are seeking a UR2 conditional zoning district. Neighborhood 1 is the policy map recommendation for this area. We do have some community activity center as you get just south on Steel Creek Road, almost adjacent to the site on the south corner of this site there at Steel Creek Road. The proposal is for up to 169 single-family attached dwelling units. 105 of those would be alley-loaded, 64 would be front-loaded units, anywhere from 3 to 6 units per building, with building height limited to 48 feet. It does dedicate a 3.5-acre area along Steel Creek Road to Mecklenburg County Park and Rec for future park development. You can see that there in the top right corner of the plan. Also commits for the following transportation improvements, which would be a dedication of 61 feet of right-of-way from the center line of Steel Creek Road, 8-foot planting strip and 12-foot multi-use path along Steel Creek Road and Parkside Crossing Drive, as well as a 35-foot setback from back of curb along all internal public streets, and then 20-foot setback for alley-loaded units. Also has a 50-foot Class C buffer along the western property boundary where we get over towards Larksley Lane and Aikenwood Drive, and also commits to architectural standards for the buildings throughout the project and amenity areas, which would include hardscape, gathering areas, and other recreation opportunities. Staff does recommend approval of the petition. We do have some outstanding issues related to site and building design that need to be addressed. We did mention the inconsistency with the policy map. This is in pretty close proximity to an activity center just to the south of this property down there in Steel Creek. I believe it's along 160 there. So we are in close proximity to that. We do have a lot of similar development just to the south on Settlers Trail. Just to the north of this was a recently approved rezoning for cottage court type units, which would be duplexes and quadruplexes. So overall, it does fit the general development context of this area along Steel Creek Road and is in close proximity to those activity centers. So staff did feel that it was a reasonable request, and we do support it upon resolution of those issues. And we will take any questions that you might have following Mr. McVeigh's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, Bridget Grant of our office are assisting Pulte Homes with this rezoning request. With me tonight representing the petitioner is Melissa Oliver and she's available to answer questions. As Dave mentioned, just slightly under 30 acres located on the west side of Steel Creek Road between just north of South Tryon and south of Sledge. Requested zoning is UR2. Policy map does recommend neighborhood 1, but the proposed development meets many of the land use characteristics, land use and character, mobility and building form, as well as open space goals of the N1 neighborhood. It is a townhome community, as Dave described, composed of alley-loaded and front-loaded units. There is a dedication of 3.5 acres to the county for a public open space along Highway 160. There's mobility improvements along Parkside Drive and 160 in the form of a 12-foot multi-use trail. There's additional tree save area around the perimeter of the site where it abuts adjoining residential neighborhoods. It does add a housing choice to the area. As Dave mentioned, there's additional townhomes to the south. There's a cottage development to the north. There's some office here. The site will also have access to the future greenway that the county is currently planning along Walker's Branch, I believe, here, which will have access to 160 at this location. We will work with the staff to address the remaining issues. Be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the petitioner or staff? Hearing none, do we have a motion to close the public hearing and a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much. Our next petition is item number 10 for petition 2022-183 by Blue South LLC. For approximately 32 acres located north of Interstate 485, west of China Grove, and south of East Westinghouse Boulevard. It's in District 3. It's currently zoned as light industrial conditional. Proposed zoning is urban residential conditional. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues and technical revisions for transportation, site, and building design and stormwater. We do have one speaker, Mr. Christopher Lounsbury, and so following the staff presentation, Mr. Lounsbury, you'll have 3 minutes.
All right, thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-183, it's 32.4 acres just at the end of Irvin Lane and Blue Central Road. It's a vacant piece of property, currently zoned I-1 conditional, and the proposed zoning is for UR2 conditional. And the policy map does recommend manufacturing logistics. That's mainly capturing the existing entitlements on the site for industrial. Obviously, the approval of this petition would change that place type recommendation should it be approved back to a neighborhood, I believe 2, which is a little bit more of a consistent place type that we would see out there versus that manufacturing and logistics. So just wanted to cover that point early on here. The proposal is for up to 186 dwelling units. Maximum would be 58 duplex units, and then the rest would be 128 single-family attached units. They're shown on the site plan as 4 units per building. Maximum building height would be limited to 40 feet. Each unit would have a garage. Architectural standards have been built into the project as well. A network of public streets connecting to both Blue Central Road, House Station Road, and Irvin Lane are being provided throughout the site. All town-owned buildings would have vehicular access from alleys or private streets. 50-foot wide landscaped area along the east and southeast property line would include 9 trees and 20 shrubs per every 100 linear feet. You can see that in that green area along the outer property. It also provides a 60-foot access easement to Mecklenburg County for the future Kings Branch Greenway project, and would provide a central amenity area to be accessible to residents of the area and maintained by the developer, which would be improved with at least 2 amenities, which would include things like a dog park, playground, enhanced landscape, gazebos, pergolas, etc. Staff does recommend approval of this petition. Do have some outstanding issues and technical revisions related to both transportation, site and building design, and stormwater to be addressed. As mentioned, it is inconsistent with that policy map recommendation for manufacturing and logistics. Should the petition be approved, it would change that to neighborhood 2, which certainly would be a more compatible land use pattern at the back end of this neighborhood 1 versus a manufacturing and logistics place type. So staff did take that into consideration when looking at that inconsistency and did feel that it wasn't appropriate transition out of that place type to something different. So with that, we'll turn it over to the petitioner team and we'll take any questions that you may have following their presentation. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Lounsbury,
Yes,
you
did we
have
have
3 minutes.
the presentation pulled up? No. There we go. Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of City Council and the Zoning Committee. My name is Chris Lounsbury on behalf of the petitioner, and with me I have the petitioner, Greg Whitehead, and the civil engineer, Jonathan Murdoch. I want to thank the staff and neighborhood for supporting the project. Staff and the development team obviously see that the I-2 zoning at the rear of a residential community is not compatible with the existing school, church, and surrounding residential neighborhood. The rezoning request is for UR2. The property is bordered by UR2 zoning, and the property is owned by the petitioner. Additionally, the conditional use plan provides a second access point to the Mecklenburg County Greenway, and there is a buffer between the townhomes and the existing single-family homes in the Sterling neighborhood owned by the petitioner. The single-family homeowners within the community are in favor with the petition. The Sharon and I-485 Transit Station Area Plan in 2009 recommends residential use for 17 units to an acre. We are proposing 186 townhome units, or 5.63 units to an acre. The final condition use site plan presented tonight was an evolution that facilitates staff-requested modifications. These accommodations included, but are not limited to, reduction in unit density, additional amenity areas, and further inter-neighborhood connectivity. To this end, the developer is also committed to meeting the staff's outstanding request to provide one more additional connection in the final phase of the community. The site is located less than a quarter-mile walk from the I-485 light rail station and a quarter-mile from the Sterling Elementary School. The architectural design is urban and rich in details. All units have rear-loaded garages to allow for clean streetscaping. The subject property will have unconditioned access to the public and provide amenities in other phases of the community. The current phases of the community have multiple dog parks, pedestrian trails, and other amenities. The subject property will have additional recreational facilities consistent with the prior phases and will have walkable access to the amenities from other phases. We have met or exceeded all staff and council's requested public and private infrastructure in the prior phases and will continue to provide similar support moving forward. In closing, I want to thank the staff for their continued support and the surrounding neighborhood support. As always, we appreciate your consideration. I'm available to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for the petitioner? We have a motion to close and a second.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, Ms. Watlington.
It's more so, well, it is a question. I want to make sure I understood you. Earlier, you said that you had the support of staff, and did you also say the neighborhood?
Yes, we had a meeting with the neighborhood ownership, and everybody that we spoke to seemed to be fully supportive of this.
And I can look, but if you remember, how many people were there?
There were, I believe, 10.
Okay. I'm interested in that because China Grove in particular has seen a great amount of development over the last several years. And as I'm sure you've been over there, you see the condition of their roads and how narrow and things are. And so when I consider the density that would be placed there, and if you all were to build, I'm frankly a little surprised that the reaction that you got was supportive. And could you speak to that a little bit about what the conversation was?
Yes. So I believe that a lot of the owners in the area have really supported what we are building. We're building, 2- and 3-story homes in the single-family section, as well as townhomes that have met or exceeded the criteria that they were looking for. We have worked with the Sterling community members and the I'm drawing a blank on their name. I apologize, but. Multiple people over there that own, and they have been really supportive of what we've produced. There have been concerns about the construction just going on, and we have been there for every single, question, concern, handled it with, the utmost respect and consideration.
And as it relates to infrastructure, some time ago, there was a lot of discussion around the left turn lane and improving the intersection, turning down that road. Can you just give a little more detail in regards to what the investment is at that intersection and what role this development may play in improving that intersection?
Are you speaking to the intersection of Irvin and China Grove? Let me see if we can get CDOT in the room. They are here. They're in the back.
Okay.
So we'll see if we can call them up. Just also to confirm, we had 7 people that we had captured as part of the community meeting. At least that's what we have in our staff analysis. So just wanted to confirm that for you. I think he mentioned 10. We've got it listed as 7. So.
Thank you. I'm sure we can go on to other questions while we get.
Here we've got CDOT on the way here.
Oh, I think he heard you.
I tried to not have to call him up too much because he's always in the back. So.
Good evening. Jay Carpenter with CDOT. So to this point, for this petition, we haven't had any coordination on that left turn lane, but it's certainly something that we can look into and coordinate with the petitioner to see if there's a way for them to contribute or see if it's needed and wanted in this location. So we can follow up with council.
Yes, please, I definitely want to understand that more deeply. To Councilmember Johnson's previous point, our concern is the cumulative impact of development on our roads. So we can touch base on that one. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. David, for clarification, because we've been having a lot of conversations regarding this area, and a lot of growth has happened over the last few years. I think just in the last 5-6 years, there's been 5 or 6 rezoning approvals over here. For clarification, I'm trying to figure out, there were a lot of conversations regarding Sterling a number of years ago where we had residents, and a number of residents honestly were displaced. Is this project like a replacement for the single-family homes that were lost during those conversations?
So we've had a couple rezonings approved in the area, none of which that I can recall impacted any of the existing homes. They were built in neighborhoods that were on the back of some of those existing single-family homes, so new roads were constructed. We've got Blue Central and Blue Steel Way. Let me see if we can get our presentation back up. I can show you some of those back on the screen, but I don't recall the last one was part of an existing approved development that needed to change some of the entitlement outcomes, so they went through a rezoning process to UR2. I think shortly after that is when we had news of some of the displacement concerns that occurred. We did confirm that the rezoning that was approved north of here didn't create that. It didn't, affect those existing homes. And this petition as well this evening isn't impacting any existing homes. All the land is vacant, but it is directly adjacent to some of those homes on Irvin and Borgen Way, and of course in close proximity to China Grove Road. So neither petition affected any of the existing homes and lots, but certainly they're adjacent and would have just, corollary impacts on just residential uses around there just in general, from construction, increased, residents, traffic, et cetera.
So part B of my question is, this was a very engaged neighborhood. This neighborhood was extremely active for the 8 years that I served as the district representative. So it is a little disheartening to say that there was 7 in attendance. What that triggers me to ask is, these developments that have happened around, how many of the residents are still here? We talk about, ACM, Askew and I have conversations about unintended consequences. Well, part of that is, as we keep approving these rezonings and we are concentrating and looking at infill, we're not creating gathering spaces. We're not creating meeting spaces. The idea of 10-minute neighborhoods, that's debatable. Whether that 10 minutes is from if I'm leaving out my door, it takes 10 minutes just to get out my neighborhood, because some of these neighborhoods are massive. So what does that 10-minute neighborhood look like? Are we talking about driving? Are we talking about walking? But placemaking is something also that we've talked about, and preserving neighborhoods. So it will be interesting, which just means I'm going to have to drive over to the community. But when you had a community that was extremely active through their neighborhood association, constantly had meetings and relationship with city, and when there's a decline, and this is more so for you, sir, as far as the leadership of your guidance of your team, then there is something that we have allowed to happen that has changed the dynamic of that neighborhood. When you go from being extremely active and engaged to 7 people, who is still in that neighborhood, and what has our language done to open up the door? Full transparency, I'm concerned about the number of developments that we have coming in and the impact of those developments on community, and the fact that community is being completely changed and we're not taking care of the residents of the city who have committed to the city 20 plus 30 years. in sake of something new and shiny that looks like almost every other thing that's already come out. We're losing the character and the diversity of what made Charlotte, Charlotte 20 years ago, even 10 years ago. So it will be helpful to get an update prior to this coming for decision on the actual Sterling neighborhood impact, to find out, one, who is still there from that active organization, community, neighborhood association and/or organization, and to see if we've actually engaged with those individuals. That would be extremely helpful. Thank you, Madam Mayor, and second on the closing of the hearing.
All right, all in favor of the closing of the hearing, please raise your hand. All right, thank you. The next item on our agenda is petition 2022-208 by Summit Avenue, Creswick. The pub is for approximately 7 acres located on the west side of North Tryon, east of Keswick, south of West 24th. It's in Miss Anderson's district, and it's currently zoned manufacturing and logistics and general industrial conditional. The proposed zoning is innovation mixed use. Staff recommends approval of this petition. I believe we do not have a speaker for this one, and so we'll have the staff presentation and open it for council questions.
All right, thank you. 2022-208, 7.6 acres on Keswick and North Tryon. The current zoning is, ML2 and I2 conditional, and the proposed zoning is for innovative mixed use, which does align with the policy map recommendation for that same place type. This is a conventional petition. Again, it is consistent with the policy map. We do recommend approval. There are no outstanding issues or site plan notes to speak of. Again, it is consistent with that innovation mixed use recommendation, and we can take any questions you may have following, I guess, our presentation. Thank you.
Move to close the hearing.
Is there a second?
That's a second, yeah.
There's a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, Mr. Graham is going to read the next petition. Okay.
Petition number 30, rezoning petition 2020-205 by D.R. Horton. We're now going to open the public hearing, rezoning petition 2025 by D.R. Horton for parcel.
We got to go back to 204, item 12.
204. Number 12.
Number 12, okay. All right, we're now going to open the public hearing, rezoning petition 2022-204 by J-Jet LLC for approximately 5.19 acres located on the south side of Sunset, west of Batesford Road, east of Peace Street, and the ETJ closest to Mr. Graham's District Council, District 2, currently zoned neighborhood 1B and 1B. Proposed is mixed-use development district, conditional MUD CD. Staff recommends approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. Madam Clerk, do we have any speakers?
Just one.
One, Michael Morrow.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
You have 3 minutes.
We'll start with David.
David. Staff. All right.
Thank you. 2022-204, as mentioned, just over 5 acres on Sunset, just off of Beatty's Ford. It's currently zoned N1B, and the proposed zoning is for MUD conditional. The adopted place type on the policy map does recommend neighborhood 1. You can see we have neighborhood center just to the east of this, as well on the north side of Sunset Road. Essentially, that main intersection at Beatty's Ford and Sunset is an overall neighborhood activity center. This proposal would permit the development of up to 28,400 square feet of non-residential uses, as well as 24 single-family attached townhomes. Those would be in buildings that would consist of no more than 6 units each. Vehicular access would be off one driveway from Sunset Road at the east side of the site. Would have streetscape improvements for an 8-foot sidewalk and 8-foot planting strip. The non-residential component of the site does restrict auto-oriented uses as well as adult uses. Architectural standards have been built into the project for all buildings throughout the site, and does also include fence, wall, and site lighting standards around the perimeter and within the site parking areas. Staff does recommend approval of this petition upon resolution of outstanding issues related to transportation. As we mentioned, it is inconsistent. If we take a look at the general area, as we mentioned, we talked a little bit about activity centers earlier. This activity center is still, fairly built out. This is an opportunity to integrate a little bit more of not just a mixed use to serve some residential, but a mixed use project that has both components of non-residential and residential within the same project area. So we did feel it would be a reasonable extension of this activity center across to this parcel. And so while it is inconsistent, we still feel that it's an appropriate request in this area. And again, we do recommend approval upon resolution of those issues. And we'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Right.
Sorry.
All right, now we'll hear from the petitioner.
Thank you again, Madam Mayor, council members, Mr. Manager, Madam Attorney, and Zoning Committee. I'm Michael Barnes. I represent JG LLC in this proposal to rezone approximately 5 acres to include a mix of up to 24 townhomes and up to 28,400 square feet or so of uses such as a dental office and that kind of thing. We're going to be putting fencing along the perimeter of the property. Right now it's trees and kind of scrub. It's not really like forest worthy type trees. And as Dave mentioned, to the right of our site there's an Aldi and a Dunkin' Donuts, and across the street there's a Food Line shopping center. So we're trying to add some smaller office type uses on the site that might serve the area, in addition to adding the residential units at the back of the site. Happy to take any questions. Councilman Graham, thank you for your time.
All right, are there any questions for the staff of the petitioner? Ms. Mayfield.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If staff can bring up that last slide, I actually do have a question, Mr. Barnes.
Yes, ma'am.
They can pull up that last slide again.
Which, the one with our recommendation on it, or?
No, go back, for the petitioner, yes.
This one?
That one. So you mentioned that the residential will be on the back side, so I'm trying to look. According to our map, what we have basically around this is business and office space. There's residential across the street from it. So I'm trying to get an understanding, those orange boxes, that's where you're looking at for the potential townhomes on the back side?
Yes, ma'am. So Sunset Road is here. The office retail type use would be along Sunset, and the residential development would be at the back of the site. There are single family homes, I hate to go off the screen, but over to the west. There you go.
Mm-hmm.
We're here, homes here, and there's some other homes. I believe they're back over there in those trees, and across Sunset Road as well. So yes, the proposal would be to put the townhomes towards the back of the site and the office and retail up to the front.
So I definitely noticed the residential across the street. What I'm thinking about is access. So if I'm in the residential, and let's say I don't have public transportation, I don't have private transportation, getting from the back towards the main street back to Sunset, since we do have public transportation and you have easy access to the highway.
Yes.
I'm just trying to figure out how.
So there's a dedicated CATS bus stop that'll be included on the site along Sunset. And
On Sunset, but if I'm on the back side of it.
You have to walk.
So we're thinking about, we just did a proclamation in respect to the anniversary of ADA compliance and the ADA Act. We're thinking about who potentially may be there. I don't know if there's a opportunity to have a conversation of some other options of realignment with, I know we like to say we like retail on the front end when you're driving by, but if you're trying to do a combination and you're not doing retail or above or retail on the ground floor and then building on top of it, if you're splitting it up, how are we making sure that that residential is connected? How are we creating community? How are they connected to either the other neighborhood, access to the grocery stores that are out onto Sunset and back? Because again, if it's a neighborhood where it can take me 20 minutes walking just to get out the neighborhood to get onto the main thoroughfare, are we creating something that's accessible?
So the site, it's only 5 acres, and I don't think it would take that long to get from back here to Sunset. But we are adding sidewalks and multi-use paths, I guess you'd call them, along the perimeter of the site to get people from the townhomes to.
And we did have that, because I didn't see that, so I didn't see where we identified in what was up, and staff keeps dropping it down.
Right, and I'm trying to identify it myself. It's on the engineer's drawings. I thought it was on here as well. In fact, I believe it is in those areas there.
So it will be clearer on the engineering drawings, because
It will
again,
be.
you can see how I would ask as a follow-up, because looking at this, I wouldn't necessarily know that that's designated sidewalk and accessibility when we think about the impact of, if this is going to be on the backside, how are individuals going to maneuver from A to B if they need to get onto Sunset, or if they want to get access to the grocery store or even the fast food options along Sunset?
Yes.
So
yes.
you're identifying those as sidewalks?
Yes, there are sidewalks integrated into the site from back here to Sunset. A couple of the issues that you raised, council member, I don't know how we would necessarily address them, because we don't have control over Sunset itself in terms of getting people from here to Food Line, other than them going out and making a turn to go over there.
So that will be something that I'm going to turn to our staff on with, as far as our transportation staff, to look at, if we're looking to approve. If this was just strictly more commercial, I wouldn't have these questions. But if we're talking about creating residential and individuals, we need to think about what individuals may actually need. And my biggest concern would be the what if. Think about Brookshire Boulevard. I see people all day and night trying to maneuver to get across Brookshire. Sunset is an extremely busy road. It's 4 to 6 lanes, depending on where the turn lanes are and where you're at. So if I need to get across, before we consider approving something that has residential and commercial, we need to make sure that we have a very clear understanding and a plan of what that egress is going to look like, opposed to, okay, in 5 years, we'll figure out the road and we'll figure out the configuration. It will be very helpful by the time you all come back, at least some suggestions on what that can look like
I
to
understand.
safely get people across versus farther.
So in terms of options, I would say that there are retail and restaurant type options on this side of Sunset Road as well. So if, in other words, if someone left the site and you could walk to the Aldi or to the Dunkin' Donuts, and there's some other restaurants as you approach 77 on this side of Sunset Road. So there are options, but I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to figure out how we could
And we can definitely follow up.
I'm with you.
I just wanted to at least ask the question for clarification.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, thank you. Do we have a motion to close the
moved.
public
Second.
hearing? Second, all in favor, say aye.
Thank you.
Aye. The next petition is 2022-205 by D.R. Horton for approximately 21 acres located southeast of Mallard Creek and north of Norris Estate Drive in District 2. It's currently zoned N1A and multifamily residential conditional with 8 MFCD. The proposed zoning is multifamily residential conditional and multifamily residential conditional with a site plan amendment. Staff recommends approval of this item. We'll have the staff presentation. And if I see on item 13, Jonathan Crowder is supportive of this and would speak if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-205, it's just over 21 acres on Mallard Creek. We recently saw this petition back when it was approved, I think back in November of 2020 under petition 2022-099. So that's why we do have some of that existing R8MF conditional. As the project was in permitting, they were able to acquire some additional parcels along Mallard Creek. I think one in particular that is kind of in the middle there that's zoned Neighborhood 1. So they are back in front of us to request a rezoning to incorporate that piece of property into the overall project. The previous entitlements allowed up to 130 townhome-style units. There was some modifications to that back in October of 2021, just in permitting. Again, they've come back with an additional piece of property that allows them to reconfigure their access point and add a request to add up to 20 townhome-style units. Again, that would be upwards of now, I think, 116 total after permitting. They did lose a few of those entitled units. So the total outcome overall now would be 116 dwelling units. This particular petition would add 20 to what was previously approved back in November of 2020. So a lot of 20s. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to confuse everybody, but this is just an amendment to a previously approved rezoning to add 20 townhome-style units. All roads that are depicted have already been permitted. Proposed townhomes would be the same size, style, and design as the previously permitted building. So again, we're just adding that additional land area along Mallard Creek. We do recommend approval of the petition. There is some outstanding issues related to transportation that still need to be resolved. It is overall consistent with the policy map recommendation for Neighborhood 2. There's an inconsistency with just that Neighborhood 1 place type, just for the portion that they're currently bringing in. So overall, again, consistent with the policy map recommendation. We do recommend approval, and we'll take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Do you have a presentation?
I do.
Please, you have 3 minutes.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Mayor, Council. My name is Jonathan Crowder. I am here representing D.R. Horton on this petition. Good bit of history on this one. It's a little bit different than some that you see. We've been at it for a while, as Mr. Patton mentioned, started back in 20, and here we are in 23. And so we're hoping that if this is successful, we can kind of be done with rezoning for this parcel. With the history in this one, we've gone from essentially 130 units down to 96, and hoping with this petition to get to 116. Next slide. Okay, that's a little bit of the history. I won't belabor that. We've kind of been through that. The crux of the matter, go ahead and move on to the next slide, if you will. One more. This is an enlargement. This is a small parcel that Mr. Patton mentioned that is kind of a holdover piece. You can kind of see the access to Mallard Creek there. And so this rezoning petition at its heart is just kind of tying off the loose ends for this particular parcel. Gets them back 20 additional units to get the total unit to 116. And so hopefully this is successful. This will be the end of the rezoning process for this parcel, and we can move on. And the last thing to note is all the issues that are outstanding, we feel like those are easily surmountable. We're all in agreement with CDOT and those comments there. So I think with the support, we can move on and finish the project that is currently under construction. So with that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. David, this question is for you. If we go back to petition 2020-99, that was for 20.88 acres for the 13 townhomes. The difference between that and this total amount of 21.12 is 0.24 acres. So on 0.24 acres, we're comfortable adding an additional 20 units on 0.2, because that's really what we're saying. We're going to add 24 units onto 0.24 acres?
So it doesn't add them in that 0.24 acres, just total. It reconfigures the site and their entrance point to spread them out a little bit. You can see in the drawing on the screen there, the units that are in that very top portion by the red arrow. I think there's 2 groupings of 5. There's a grouping of 4 on the left, and then there's a grouping of, I think, 6 just on that south at that intersection. Those are, I believe, and Petitioner, please correct me if I'm wrong, those are the 20 units that are, so they're not all on that 2 total acres. They're reconfigured the site with the access point now on Mallard Creek where it is, and that gave them some more room to incorporate 20 additional units in across the total site, but concentrated in that kind of northwest corner.
Okay, so this was originally approved in 2020, so this development has not happened yet.
It is in permitting and under construction.
That is correct, yes.
So it's under construction, because what you just said is we did a reconfiguration. So between now and when this comes back, it would be helpful to get more information to figure out were there any concerns from community back then? Because this seems like, it feels like a little bit of a workaround, because you've added a little bit more, but now we're reconfiguring it. But if there were concerns back then, like we have now regarding density, to add an additional 20 units without having the full scope of whatever was discussed back then, seems like we're getting ready to make a decision on partial information. So we're looking at this. What part of it is the new part versus what was originally submitted to council in 2020, if what I'm looking at now is a reconfiguration to add these additional 20? What was originally submitted for the site plan?
This square right here that you can kind of see outlined in red, that wasn't included in the original petition, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we
So
actually have
everything else is as it was initially presented, it just got shifted down, and the only thing that's new is those two at the top. Or do we have a complete reconfiguration of the initial site plan?
It's just this area, and that allowed some additional units to be here because the road before came in this configuration. They acquired this piece to be able to punch the road through there, and now are rezoning this area to make it all consistent, freed up a little bit more room on this side, freed up a little bit more room here to add some of those units. Again, overall, this got entitled for 130. When they went into permitting, I think it dropped down to 96.
Yes.
So they didn't build all 130 that they were entitled, and now with potentially this addition of 20, we're still at 116, which is below what the 130 was that was originally entitled. So we're still 14 units less than original entitlement from November of 2020.
And I understand that we may be under what's allowed. We have had conversations around this dais regarding what's allowed versus community impact. So it may allow a certain number, but we have had numerous times where residents have come out with concerns regarding that number.
Yeah.
So it would just be helpful for me to have a better understanding as far as what was initially submitted in the proposal versus how these changes, the changes may be very well minimal. It may just be a shifting. I would do a little bit more research on that, but that would be helpful to have, since I don't remember us having a case like this where a petition was already moved forward and then an amendment is coming in to say we want to add additional parcels. So it would be helpful just to know what were the community concerns, if any, the first time around.
Sure. Yeah, we can certainly get you that in the follow-up. Yep.
All right. Do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
So moved.
All in favor, thank you. Raise your hand. All right, so the next item is rezoning petition 2022-207 by SLC Development. It is for approximately 17/10 of an acre located on the north side of East Tremont, southeast of Southeast Worthington, and it's in District 1. It's currently zoned transit-oriented mixed-use option. The proposed zoning is transit-oriented development urban center. Do we have, I believe we have Mr. McVeigh as our lead speaker, as well as Michael McNally and Rob Fry, and we'll have the staff presentation and then go to the speakers. You'll have 3 minutes, Mr. McVeigh.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. 2022-207, 0.17 acres on Tremont, currently zoned TOD-M optional. The proposed zoning is for TOD-UC. You can see we do have some TOD-UC in close proximity to this area of the rezoning request. The adopted place type does recommend a regional activity center, which that TOD-UC would be consistent with. This is a conventional petition, so no outstanding issues, no site plan. We do recommend approval of the petition. Again, it is consistent with the policy map recommendation, and we will take any questions you may have following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, Mr. McVeigh.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council, members of the zoning committee. Keith McVeigh with Moore Van Allen, assisting Southern Land Group, or SLC. Dave covered it quickly for you, rezoning to really align the zoning with the place type recommendation and with the surrounding zoning on the adjacent parcels. The site is within a quarter-mile walk of the east-west station. We'll be happy to answer any questions.
Are there any questions for staff or the petitioner?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close and second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, that approves. The next item that we have is item 15, petition 2022-217 by Mecklenburg County for approximately 9.2 acres located on the north side of Reno Avenue, east of Venice Knights Way, West Brookshire Freeway in District 2. It's currently zoned manufacturing and logistics, and the proposed zoning is institutional campus. Staff recommends approval of this petition, and we have a staff presentation, and David Geiser and Matthew Jones would be speakers on this petition.
All right, thank you. 2022-217, it's approximately currently 9.22 acres. I do believe we've had a reduction, in that parcel size. I'll let the petitioner give us some clarifying points on that, but currently we're looking at 9.22 acres on Reno Avenue, Venice Knights Way, currently zoned MNL2, which is manufacturing and logistics. The proposed zoning is for IC2, which is an institutional campus district in the UDO. The policy map does call for innovation mixed use. While this petition is conventional, there's no conditional notes, no site plan. It is inconsistent with that innovative mixed use place type. We did talk to the petitioner about considering that district. There are some height restrictions and height limitations that would impact the project, so the innovative mixed-use district didn't particularly work for the project that's potentially envisioned for the site, so they did recommend and suggest the IC2 district, which staff doesn't have any significant concerns with. It is for a county facility, so an institutional campus certainly would allow that type of outcome and support that organization as well. So again, we do not have any significant concerns with that inconsistency. We do recommend approval, and we'll take any questions you may have following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
Mr. Geisner, if I got close to it, you have 3 minutes.
Yep, thank you. Matthew Jones, Principal Engineer with Jones Civil Design, representing
the
county.
You're Matthew Jones?
Yeah, Mr. Geiser's here.
Thank you.
He'll be here. If you have any questions, he can come down and speak as well. I just wanted to speak to what he mentioned, a slight reduction in the number of acres, and give a little context and some of the motivation for why the county wants to. Medical examiner's office occupies approximately 4 acres of the 9 acres total, and the county wants to continue using the entire remainder of the parcel, which is almost everything that it's under woods right now. It's right at 5 acres. They want to continue using that for their own government uses, so it would be government campus is the land use, proposed land use that we'd be going for. And as he mentioned, the use that's on there now, the mixed use, innovation mixed use, had some minimum building height requirements, which are not what the county would want to build for a government campus and government facility. So we are looking to rezone to the IC2 campus use so the government can continue using it. And we will, as soon as this meeting is over, we will submit a change request just to limit the rezoning to the 5 acres that are on the north and east and leave the medical examiner's office in its ML2 zoning. That would be the only change that would occur from what's now been filed.
All right, are there any questions for staff or the petitioner?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, that passes. Our next petition is 2022-222 by Pearl Properties LLC for approximately 4/10 of an acre located on the east side of Parson Street, Union Street, and Parkwood Avenue. It's in District 1. It's currently zoned N1C. Proposed zoning is N1D. Staff recommends approval of this petition. I do not believe we have any speakers, so we will have do we have any speakers, Madam Clerk? Do we have any speakers?
No, I was signed up for the June 20th, and I was told.
Okay, well, just give your name to the clerk, and we'll, she'll get it around to us. So we'll have the staff presentation. It is petition item 15. 16. I'm sorry, 16. 16. All right, so
Yeah, our last petition this evening is 2022-222, 0.37 acres on Parson Street, just north of Catawba Avenue, currently zoned Neighborhood 1C. Petitioner is proposing a zoning district of Neighborhood 1D, just conventional. It is Neighborhood 1 on the policy map as well, so this petition and request would be consistent with that policy map recommendation. Again, it is a conventional petition, so no site plan, no outstanding issues, no conditional notes to consider. The petition would be consistent with the policy map recommendation, and staff does recommend approval, and we'll be happy to take any questions following the petitioner's presentation. Thank you.
All right, if you would tell us your name, I don't think we have time for the clerk to pass it around.
Mayor and Council, David Murray, here for the petitioner, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have, so I'll keep it simple.
Are there any questions for the petitioner?
Move to close.
We have a motion to close the public hearing. All in favor? And a second, all in favor, please raise your hand. All right, then that concludes the zoning portion of our meeting. We'll now go to the public hearing on a resolution to close a portion of East 23rd Street. Do we have any speakers on this one, Madam Clerk?
Move to close public hearing.
All right, we'll move to close the public hearing and a second. Do I have now a motion to close the public hearing and adopt the resolution?
Move to close the public hearing, adopt the resolution. Second.
I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, that passes. What we're going to do now is go to our public forum where we have people, as you come in to talk with the council. Also, you get to talk to the community at the same time that you're speaking with the council. Each speaker has 3 minutes. As a result of your speak, add this one. For the public forum. And so what we do is we listen intently, and one of the staff members will follow up to your remarks or your petition before the council. So we're going to start. I already see who we're going to start with. I don't know if Ms. Crawford is the young person up there or not. Ms. Crawford. We're going to have Judith Crawford come down, and she's going to talk to us about some young people, I believe, that are in our audience today. I know you guys, okay. Ms. Crawford, if you'll come down. And I want you guys to be careful. Don't drop those things. They look kind of important. All right. I would ask the young people if they would stand right behind that rope there, and Ms. Crawford come up to speak at the dais, at the speaker. All right. Thank you, guys. All right. Wait a minute. We got to get the phone and the picture ready. All right. You need to come around for the picture right down here. Okay. Yeah. Cool.
Oh, be careful.
All right. I know. Be careful now. Those are really too valuable. All right. Ms. Crawford, please introduce us to these young people.
Absolutely. Well, good evening, Madam Mayor and council members. My name is Judith Crawford, and I'm a board member of a great organization called Jumpin Dreams DD. Jumpin Dreams was founded in 2018 by two sisters, Angelica Crawford and Dominique Artis. Back in 2021, when we were all in the midst of COVID, Jumpin Dreams received a proclamation from the city, and it reads as follows. The children of Mecklenburg County are the foundation of which our future success is built, and children seek parents, community members, and friends to aid them in reaching important goals. And families and communities play vital roles in helping children develop a positive self-image, sense of belonging, and a sense of competence. And Jumping emphasizes the importance of child nutrition, fitness, and on this day, every day, all year long, our Honorable Vi Alexander Lyles, Mayor.
I can't imagine I was that smart to know that they would be this successful.
Here it is. So I wanted to bring you up to date. So since then, Jumpin Dreams, since receiving the proclamation, Jumpin Dream has served over 3,000 kids through partnerships with United Way, the YMCA of Greater Charlotte, the Boys and Girls Club, Movement School, and Young Explorers Academy. In 2021, the organization was featured on a television episode called Making Good, which features organizations that's doing good all across the country. In 2022, the organization performed at the world-famous Apollo Theater in New York City, representing Charlotte. Yes, we were proud of that. But also, even bigger than that, the children were recently featured in March on a television talk show, the Jennifer Hudson Talk Show, representing Charlotte. And most recently, last month, the team won first place at a World Invitational Tournament that was held in Sumter, South Carolina. They came first overall in the sport of double Dutch. Let's give it up for Charlotte. This evening, I have with me our CEO and founder of Jumpin Dreams, Angelica Crawford, and a few of her members, Josiah Artis, Lily Howard, and Amber Howard. I present them here today because the organization needs continued support from the city and the community support as they are going to take 10 children at the end of the month to Des Moines, Iowa to compete in the Junior Olympics.
Whoa.
With that being said, we've been quite busy since the pandemic trying to get our kids back on track, trying to have them feel like there's still opportunities for them to grow and develop. Is that my time?
That is your time. And I regret that, but make sure that, one, first of all, thank you for what you guys are doing to stick in there and to be champions like that with all those trophies. Congratulations. Ms. Crawford and Ms. Crawford, thank you very much for what you do. Please send us a note about how these young people, where they're going and what we can do to help them continue to be the champions that they are right now. Thank you.
Thank you. World champions from Charlotte, North Carolina.
I'm sure that Mr. Mitchell wants to be challenged in a double Dutch contest on a jump rope. I'm sure quick. Okay, we'll do that. Mr. Graham will come out and he'll turn. Okay, thank you.
Nicole will.
All right. Our next speaker is Courtney Fortunato. I'm not saying that very well. Fortunato. Thank you. All right. Are you here?
She's coming down.
Yes, there you are. Come on down.
Take your time.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi.
I'm Courtney Fortunato, but Fortunato is fun too. I like hearing all the different pronunciations. My name is Courtney. I'm a rising senior at Davidson College, majoring in environmental studies. And I'm here to speak on behalf of my experience as a sustainability scholar partnered with Bike Walk North Carolina. So Bike Walk NC is a statewide advocacy nonprofit with a mission to lead, support, and inspire a North Carolina environment that serves pedestrians, cyclists, and any and all active transportation users safely and equitably. So this summer, I've been researching bicycle and pedestrian plans across the state of North Carolina, and what I've really come to value about these plans is that they are kind of rooted in what the community's vision of safety and equity really means. So a lot of what I've noticed about these bike lanes, and for example, the Charlotte Walks Plan of 2017, I made a little handout, is that these focus a lot on connected sidewalks, protected bike lanes, and safer crossings. So coming to this through the lens of environmental justice as an environmental studies major has really kind of elucidated this connection to me between safety and sustainability, and how that is only made possible through accessibility. So when we're imagining a more sustainable future, it should include everyone regardless of age, ability, or income. So I really appreciated, for example, hearing what Councillor Mayfield has to say about the different zoning developments when thinking about accessibility for people trying to reach different amenities. So to kind of finish out what I wanted to talk about, I brought another sustainability scholar, Maddie Plank, here with me to talk a little bit about her journey biking from New Jersey to Washington, and the kind of experience she had there with operating with roadways that weren't necessarily built with other users in mind.
So I think that we needed you to sign up and tell us who you are. And why don't you go ahead and do that, and we'll go to the next person. Thank you.
And come back.
And then you go over, please sign in, and right now, and if you'll just step down, we'll go ahead and go to the next person on our list, and then come back to you. All right, our next speaker is Debbie Glass. Ms. Glass? Careful coming down those steps. And following Ms. Glass is Tariq Hamid. Mr. Hamid is following Ms. Glass.
Sorry that took me so long.
That's okay. It's better safe than not.
Maybe you wouldn't want to tumble. Good morning, good evening, Madam Mayor and esteemed council members. I hope you had a good day and everybody's doing well. My name is Debbie Glass, and I'm a volunteer at the Animal Care and Control. I stand before you tonight to advocate for a cause that is deserving of attention and support. It is the well-being of our beloved companions and the vital need for increased funding for animal care and control within the community. Our animal care and control facilities are at the front lines, tirelessly working to serve vulnerable populations within the city and their companion animals. Yet the facility is burdened by limited resources, strained capacities, and overwhelming demands. I'm going to share a day etched in my memory, a day when I witnessed a scene that left me shaken and disturbed. I was at the shelter volunteering, and my attention was immediately drawn to a distraught woman standing at the entrance. She had tears streaming down her face. It was evident that she was in distress, clutching a leash in one hand and a deployment letter in another. Her trembling voice narrated a tale of impeding military service, an imminent call to duty that demanded her immediate attention. Overwhelmed with sadness, she tearfully explained that she had no choice but to surrender her beloved dog to the shelter, as she had no one to care for him during her deployment. As the woman explained her situation to the shelter staff, hope slowly faded from her face. They simply did not have the capacity to take another animal. The shelter had already stretched to its limits. The woman's plea for understanding and assistance fell upon sympathetic ears, but the reality of the situation was stark and unavoidable. Witnessing this scene unfold before me, I was consumed with a sense of helplessness. The lack of resources, the limitations of the system became painfully apparent. It meant that in the face of a heartbreaking plea, there was no immediate solution for this person. It was at that moment I vowed to become an advocate for change. No one should be forced to choose between serving their country and abandoning their cherished companion. Our animal care and control services desperately need additional funding and staff to address these pressing issues. With increased resources, we can enhance the shelter, improve veterinary care, and expand educational programs to promote responsible pet ownership. We can also invest in initiatives that tackle overpopulation, such as spay and neuter programs, ensuring that our animal population remains stable and healthy. Investing in animal care and control is not just a compassionate choice.
Ms. Glass, thank you very much.
Thank you.
You can leave your remarks if you have them written with the clerk, or email the council members
Okay,
as well.
thank you.
With the remainder of your remarks.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Tariq Hamid. Mr. Hamid. Do you see? All right. The next speaker is Christian Boquet. Did I say that correctly? Or close to? Thank you. Thank you. Busquet?
And the answer is?
Bousquet.
Busquet, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the City Council, thank you for granting me this opportunity to address you today. My name is Kristen Bousquet, and I stand before you as a dedicated Charlotte Animal Care and Control volunteer advocating for the welfare of animals and the people of Mecklenburg County. I want to share with you a story that highlights animal control's critical need for increased funding in an expand shelter and a reduction in bureaucratic barriers. This is a situation that I witnessed as a volunteer working at the shelter's front desk almost every Saturday for the last few months. One Saturday in April, a woman came into the shelter with her loyal dog companion of the last 9 years. She explained to the staff that due to her age and her health, she was no longer able to work and couldn't pay to properly care for her dog. She brought her dog to animal control, hoping he would find a safe haven until her new home could be found, a basic city service. A front desk worker shared because of overextended resources, her dog would be euthanized if she turned him over. Immediately, she started to sob, as one would in this situation. She had her dog hugged tight to her body, and a family member that was with her tried to calm her. I walked her behind the reception desk to let her sit down so that she could compose herself to make what I would consider an unthinkable decision. She had no choice, so she had to leave the building in tears, rightfully so, without her dog in her arms. And the outcome is actually one of the more positive ones that our shelter is seeing right now. In other cases, the owner chooses to dump their pet rather than face a guaranteed euthanasia fate, and this contributes to the spread of disease, bites, and injuries to the people, and inevitable starvation and death of the animal. It is a public safety issue. Many cases even see owners choosing homelessness over condemning their companion to death. Our neighbors in need deserve better, and our animals deserve better. This woman's devastating loss underscores the pressing need for a new shelter, one with ample capacity to accommodate for the growing number of animals in our care as our city population grows. As you can imagine, as is the case with every other public service, shortcomings in our city's sheltering services disproportionately impact underserved communities much more than others. Many other counties have shown that investing in better animal services doesn't just make the county safer, it's a better place to live. It can also be more cost-effective by increasing adoption revenues and donations while decreasing costs of impounding, euthanasia, and disposal. There are ways to make this shelter a better investment for our taxpayer dollars. And thank you for your time, your compassion, and your commitment to improving the lives of both humans and animals in Mecklenburg County.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Anna Radcliffe. Ms. Radcliffe. What's going on? She was coming down to speak.
Madam Mayor and members of council, my name is Anna Radcliffe. I'm a dog mom to 5 rescue pups, foster dogs, and a fierce don't shop, adopt advocate. I'm here to discuss the current situation at Animal Care and Control and in shelters and rescues all across the Carolinas. In 2022, North Carolina placed 42nd for animal protection laws by the Animal Legal Defense Fund, a 501c3 nonprofit fighting for animal rights since 1979. In June of 2023, over 400 dogs and 130 cats were euthanized, many for no other reason than space. The staff, volunteers, and rescue partners work tirelessly day in and day out, advocating for the voiceless, but they can't fix this problem alone. These statistics are unacceptable, but we know nothing changes if nothing changes. Here's what we can do to promote change and better outcomes for the animals of this city. Pass local legislation banning retail pet sales and puppy mills, demand mandatory registration and oversight of breeders, require breeders to limit the number of litters that can be had per female per year, to vaccinate all animals in their care, and to vet potential adopters. pass legislation mandating spay-neuter to end the cycle of unwanted litters and puppies beginning their lives at the shelter. Enforce harsher penalties for persons accused or convicted of animal cruelty, of organizing, participating in, or observing dogfighting, and pass a ban on tethering, prohibiting animals from being forced to live life on a chain. Allocate additional funding for animal control officers, veterinarians, vet techs, office staff, adequate facilities, continued support of the spay-neuter program, and resources for basic vaccinations and heartworm prevention. Gandhi said, "The greatness of a nation and its progress can be judged by the way its animals are treated." As a native Charlottean, I can say that this city has always been a great place to live. City Council has always set big, audacious goals when it comes to the environment, transportation, affordable housing, tourism, economic mobility, education, and workforce development. The health and welfare of our animals must be a priority. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Jenny Vollmer. Jenny Vollmer. Our next speaker is Madeline Plank. Madeline Plank. Okay. I think that is the end of our public forum. Madam Clerk, is there anyone that I missed? All right, thank you very much. Okay, now we'll go to that part of our agenda that begins to work around the issues that the council has as policy, and I believe that the city manager has an update on Eastland to share with us this evening.
So, thank you, Mayor and members of council. As I mentioned at the last meeting, we have Todd that's here tonight that will give you an update on the progress with Eastland.
While this is pulling up, good evening, Mayor, members of council. Thank you for the opportunity to be here with you this evening to provide an update on where we are on the Eastland redevelopment, particularly the evaluation process around the eastern 29 acres of the Eastland site. Next slide, please. So this afternoon, or this evening.
Todd, could you speak a little bit in the microphone, please?
Yes. So this evening, we'll be going over a few of the agenda items. Some of this has been discussed in committee meetings over the last several months, as well as through the council report outs after those committee meetings on those evenings. We'll walk through a development review and update, primarily the work that Crossland Southeast is underway doing right now. We'll move into some of the recent jobs and economic development committee actions, talk a little bit about a community engagement update, the evaluation of proposals for active recreation development on the eastern portion of the site, and then we'll end with next steps. Please note that we are not seeking a formal council action this evening. Next slide, please. As with every other presentation on Eastland, we like to start with the redevelopment principles that were established in 2012 by the community. These were taken into consideration when the city was looking at acquiring the property back in 2012, and we still use them as our guide as we evaluate proposals and as we look at redevelopment opportunities on the site. So they're really important as we continue to redevelop this site. Next slide, please. So this is a reminder what the site plan looks like today, and also a reminder of the public investment that has taken place. Overall, there's about 50 to 55 million of public investment between the city and the county. The city coming in at 36 to 38 million, with the county of 15 to 17 million. The city has already committed $26 million of CIP for the site for infrastructure improvements, as well as its share of 11 million for the tax increment grant to support a public parking garage, as well as related infrastructure. We're also looking at $5 to $7 million to support small local businesses as part of the development with Crossland Southeast, which would be basically a lease for some of that space with Crossland, and we would sublease it out to small businesses. This is something we've discussed in concept with previous committees, previous committee meetings, as well as with previous council meetings, just as a way to help create opportunities for small business to take part in the development once it's finished. Next slide, please. Progress underway. So we had that groundbreaking in August of 2022. We have a first closing with Crossland Southeast on May of 2023. This was for the senior affordable housing development. We anticipate that development delivering in fourth quarter of 2024. The subsequent property closings this year include mixed-use development parcels, which will have a multifamily above the commercial space, a ground floor commercial space, as well as single-family and townhouse development parcels. We expect the single-family units to be delivered probably around Q2 of 2024 for the first phase. And by this time next year, we would anticipate people actually living on the Eastland site. Other activity going on underway is Mecklenburg County is conducting community engagement for the park, as well as looking at alternative designs for the park that would be on the western portion of the site. And we would anticipate development of the eastern 29 acres of the site would occur over about 2 years, which aligns well with the infrastructure work that Crossland Southeast is underway doing for the entire site. Next slide, please. We've been talking about the Eastland site in committee probably for, since March of this year with respect to the eastern portion of the site, where we first presented 3 proposals that we received to develop the eastern portion of the site. Committee action at that time was based on concerns that arose around the portion of public investment compared to the private investment. And we were directed to accept new proposals during an extended review period. And we came back in May 1, a few months later, talked about 3 proposals that we previously discussed, as well as 1 new proposal that was received during the extended review period. Committee action at that time was to remove the Eastland Aquatic Center and Target from further consideration and to progress with Carolina Serves and the QC East at Eastland Yards. June 5th, we presented 2 proposals previously presented, which was Carolina Serves and QC East. And we also presented 1 new proposal that we received about 3 days prior to the committee meeting. We recommended to remove Carolina Serves from further consideration and to move forward with further investigation with QC East, as well as the Eastland Yards Indoor Sports Complex. And the committee approved that action at that time. Over the course of this period, we have heard loud and clear the urgency from council as well as from the community. We've also heard loud and clear about the desire to get it right, and that getting it right is more important than speed, and we want to make progress along the way. We also discussed in the June 5th committee meeting about having a community meeting in June. We actually held off on that because of some of the information that we gathered from one of the proposing teams that just wasn't quite ready yet for us to consider to be a valid proposal to actually have part of the community meeting in June. This came after a conversation that we were able to have about a week after the June 5th committee meeting, where we learned that there were a few gaps in some of the information that they provided with respect to the financial funding makeup, as well as some of the teammates and what their roles were and what their commitment was to that team at the time. Next slide, please. Subsequently, we released a questionnaire online. I think the primary purpose of the questionnaire was to ensure the alignment between the community's stated goals and the proposals being considered. I think it's really important to note that this was a questionnaire and not a formal or scientific survey or poll. As you can see here, the main questions that we wanted to pose is making sure that we're getting it right in terms of what are we looking at from the community perspective. Do the Eastland principles for redevelopment still apply? Are we still looking forward and moving forward on that same page, as well as what's most important to the community with respect to the future of the Eastland development on this side of the site, whether it's creating economic opportunities or community use and access. Because a lot of times on projects like this, particularly with sports and amateur sports and tourism, they don't always line up adequately in terms of community use and economic opportunity. Some of the themes that we learned about through the online questionnaire, very similar to what we learned from previous community engagement efforts. Some of the likes was getting something done. It may not surprise you that we heard this loud and clear multiple times. There is a desire for us not to wait, but to get something done and get moving. Sports is still seen as a very positive driver and desired amenity for the space. So are community spaces, retail, particularly food and beverage, and a family-focused atmosphere with some outdoor green spaces. Some of the concerns that came up are public access, accessibility, affordability for East Side residents, long-term upkeep of the space, traffic and noise impacts, and too much public funding. Next slide, please. I'll move on to evaluation of the proposals for the active recreation development. Some of this may be redundant for a few of the committee members who have heard some of this a few times. We want to make sure that we're all reminded of the information that we have seen and heard before. Next slide, please. So the proposals focus on the eastern portion of the site, approximately 29 acres. Crossland is well underway on the western portion of the site. And this focus on this eastern portion still remains to be an active recreation use that brings people to the site, creates a destination for East Charlotte that doesn't currently exist. We want a site that complements the redevelopment by Crossland Southeast and really provides that amenity space for all on the east side to enjoy. Next slide, please. The first proposal that we'll look at tonight is QC East at Eastland Yards. This was brought to us by Southern Entertainment, Charlotte Soccer Academy, and Esports Property Partners. This was basically a combination of sports, tech, and entertainment. From the sports perspective, there are 6 multi-sport artificial turf fields. It covers about 8 acres. On the entertainment side, it would include an outdoor amphitheater, indoor-outdoor venue, referenced as the Hub, and a food village and community gathering place. The community gathering place is effectively about 20,000 square feet of indoor and outdoor flexible use space with a focus on diverse neighborhood-oriented food. Also offers ample outdoor space where visitors and residents can go to while other activities going on around the eastern portion or the western portion of the site. Next slide, please. From a funding and land structure perspective, the estimated cost for Phase 1 is $61 million. The private investment for Phase 1 is $31 million. The public investment requested for Phase 1 is $30 million, comprising about $19 million of hospitality funds and about $11 million of infrastructure reimbursement to support the development on the eastern portion of the site. From the perspective of the community use of the facility, they're looking at providing opportunities for apprenticeships and adult workforce training programs, after-school programs involving tech education and gaming, neighborhood access to fields, community meeting space, and community-oriented programming, for example, free tech-oriented classes, senior programming, etc. They are proposing to purchase the land from the city at fair market value. Next slide, please. The next is the Eastland Yards Indoor Sports Complex. The original team that brought the proposal to us was Synergy Sports, Viking, Rad Sports, and Edge Sports Groups. We've learned over the last few days that 2 of these partners are no longer associated with the proposal. Viking and Rad Sports have been replaced by other entities. For example, Viking, which was originally slated to be the master developer for the site, and Rad, which was to be the operating complex or operator for the sports complex, are no longer involved with Sports Meta Properties would take on the role of master developer, and Edge Sporting Group would take on the role of operator for the facility. Edge was originally in the proposal to manage and develop the ice rink that was proposed to be part of Phase 2. So with the switch up, we're learning conceptually that Edge will actually, that the ice, sheets of ice will actually move into Phase 1 and not Phase 2 anymore, so they would do a larger program as part of Phase 1. The site plan you see here is still based on the initial information that we received, so we have not received an updated site plan from the team yet. And per the team, the footprint of the facility is very conceptual at this time, so we have asked for updated information with respect to the number of courts, the size of the rink, the timing, how it relates to the ancillary development along the way. So there's some still open questions we're still looking to work through with the development team. Next slide, please. So the estimated project cost of the indoor facility is $45 to $55 million. The public investment requested is $28 million. Of that, $20 million would be for the amateur sports facility and fields, and they originally anticipated $8 million for infrastructure. The latest information we received from the team is that the infrastructure cost is now to be determined. Could be $8 million, could be $10 million. They're still uncertain. They need to do a little bit more investigation on the site plan and the impact it might be on the infrastructure cost itself. Public investment is about 40% of the indoor facility. This does not include the infrastructure. Community use of the facility, as they have explained to us, would be available for 20% of the total available time for the indoor facility. So it primarily be on mornings, weekdays, non-event days, things like that for the indoor facility. And then on the outdoor facility, that's where the primary community use would actually entail, where anybody could walk onto the playground, the basketball courts, jogging trails, and so forth. Next slide, please. So the goals of our evaluation process have been to ensure proposals meet the stated goals of the community, and we want to review each proposal to ensure financial stability and long-term viability. To get help with this, we asked the county and CRVA to staff to do independent evaluations on the information that was provided. The evaluation criteria was focused on 4 key areas: financial strategy and qualifications, qualifications and experience of the project team, project approach and concept, and the development schedule. Next slide, please. When it comes to the criteria by which the independent reviewers of City, County, and CRVA looked at these, we took these criteria into consideration. Team qualifications, experience, we want to make sure we know who our partners are. We have confidence in our partners' ability to actually deliver what they proposed, and then we're able to move forward in a way that they proposed to move forward. On the financial strategies and qualification, we really want to make sure that they can demonstrate the capacity to raise the capital that they've said that is required to build the project as proposed, and they don't need to come back to the city for ongoing operational support once it's up and running. Project approach, we want to make sure we have demonstrated experience from our development partners, ensuring that they have sensitivity to neighborhoods and the impact in the neighborhoods. Also want to make sure they have an efficient timeline for their schedule, and the community impact and access is also an important piece to what and how we evaluated the different proposals. Next slide, please. So when it comes to due diligence is a really necessary part of the process that helps us determine the validity of any proposal, and this is undertaken by the city, the county, and CRA. One of the reasons why this is important is because we can't afford to fumble on the goal line, so to speak, and we can't afford to make mistakes. We can't afford to further delay. East Side Charlotte residents deserve a little bit better in order to taking risks that we think may end up being in a situation that we may be back in the same position later again. So when we think about the due diligence, we asked a series of follow-up questions to each of the proposing teams to offer greater clarity for us, the reviewers, as well as our reviewing partners, greater clarity and understanding of the proposed development. Some of the information we requested was pro formas, cost estimates, community use access, what that looks like from a perspective of fees, what that looks like in terms of if an individual is living next door, how would they be able to use the site. I also wanted to get a better understanding of the infrastructure, make sure they fully understood what the infrastructure improvements would actually be, and understand how the development would actually occur over time. The information we requested is consistent with previous conversations with other interested teams, and they certainly help us identify the team and concept that's ready to start now and would have the best potential for long-term success at the location. Frankly, both teams were pretty quick to respond with the information. The one team was a bit more thorough in the type and the details it provided over the course of the last several weeks. This example up here of some of the questions we asked was really clarity about the ownership structure, the equity partners, who they are. Want to make sure that we actually have a relationship. We know who the money is coming from. We have faith and confidence that the money will be there, and that we're certain, or at least as certain as we possibly can be, that this will be as successful as possible. Next slide, please. So in terms of evaluation results, these are just sort of a snippet of some of the comments received through the evaluation. On the pro side for QC East at Eastland Yards, the Food Village community gathering place provides a desired gathering place for East Charlotte, one that doesn't currently exist. It also offers a transformational proposal that has alignment of the goals and objectives outlined in the Eastland Vision. It's an attractive mix of public and private funding source, which is 49% public, and debt equity allocations are actually pretty attractive to it, only 20% debt, which gives us a little more certainty that there's skin in the game by the equity partners who are in the play. There's a significant focus on initiatives to support local job growth, local business expansion, and development of tech-oriented skill sets, and they're ready to start in the near term. Some of the cons on this proposal, there are some concerns around the larger events and how they may place burdens on the surrounding communities with traffic, parking, noise, and so forth. There's also some limited information on the annual operating performer that we'd want to make sure we have a better understanding of that as we go forward. Next slide, please. Eastland Yards Indoor Sports Complex. From the pro side, they have a demonstrated demand for proposed facilities in the Charlotte market. They have experience with implementing sports facilities. There's potential for economic impact for nearby businesses. On the con side, potential burden on the surrounding communities with increased traffic and parking demands. It's a different developer and operating partner than stated in the original proposal. Again, when I go back to the importance of being confident in your development partners, this starts to shift some of that confidence around where the late changes in the game of key partners. And where we are in today's time frame, we want to have greater certainty of who and confidence in who our partners will be as we want to make progress on the site. The revised team is still early in the process, and I think they'll take a little time to better gauge financial feasibility, including the infrastructure cost. And then the community use and access information. While they provide information on 20% of the total available time, I think it'd be ideal to have a little bit stronger communities there. So that's one of the cons on that as well. Next slide, please. So again, the evaluations were done independently by city, county, and CRVA staff. They were aggregated in terms of the overall average for each of the components. The scoring is as follows. The QC East at Eastland Yards received a 70 score, and the Eastland Yards Indoor Sports Complex received a score of 59. Again, these are out of 100. Some of the key comments on scoring, the concepts within both proposals align with the Eastland vision for activating the site and complementing work underway by Cross and Southeast. We felt that there greater confidence in information provided by QC East regarding financial viability, long-term success, community use and accessibility, and ability to begin in the short term. The food and village and community gathering space from QC East at Eastland Yards would create an amenity space and unique gathering place and a unique sense of place for East Charlotte that doesn't currently exist. And the Eastland Yards Indoor Sports Complex had a few too many dynamics changing within the structure of the team. Responses to follow-up questions suggest they're still trying to figure out some of the specifics, which is fine. I think that they said the concept has merit, but at this stage in the game, I think we'd like to have a little bit more confidence we're ready to go now in the timing where we are on this particular site. Next slide, please. So when it came down to it, we found that the QC East meets and exceeds the goals that we set out earlier in the conversation about what our goals for the evaluation process is. They're ready to go sooner rather than later. The indoor sports complex certainly has merit, particularly with the market demand for indoor amateur sports in the Charlotte market. But I think the proposal needs a bit more time to develop to remove any uncertainties around the team, financial structure, and long-term viability. And based on the evaluation process and ranking, staff is recommending that we progress our partnership conversations with QC East at Eastland Yards team to the next phase of due diligence. And we also continue conversations with the indoor sports complex team about future opportunities in Charlotte, but not at Eastland. And at that time, I'll turn it over for any questions, comments, feedback.
Thank you. I think this is such an important topic that we need to have every council member to have some time to have questions. So we do have an obligation that we take this out to the community, particularly those in District 4. And this same presentation, I'm sorry, 5. It's been a long day, guys. I can't get the zoning numbers right, skip names, and so just know I'm still thinking it's vacation time or something.
Fine.
So what I would suggest is that knowing that we are going to be taking this out to the district, including both the city and the county, in this, we have an opportunity to raise questions, but the most important questions will be those that the residents raise. And so we really want to leave time and impact for that. But today, why don't we go ahead and start? And I think the best thing to do is just to come around the dais, and so that everybody can have a chance to speak. It would be great if we would speak for 3 minutes each, or have questions and let Todd speak for 3 minutes, but we'll do and see how we go. So we'll start with Ms. Edgemere.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. It's great to see so many of my neighbors here. I'll thank you all for coming out. So a couple of questions for Mr. DeLong. So when we look at evaluation criteria and evaluation results, can you talk about financial capacity, track record, and green space, which I do see lacking in one of the proposals, especially the green space, and I know that is something near and dear to many East Charlotte residents, and I know Maureen must be here in the room. I know she has been a champion for green space, especially from the Charlotte East and many of our residents, and I know that is very, very critical, especially for our seniors and our youth. So if you can speak to that, very important criteria, and I don't see that in one of the proposals.
So with the open space and green space, I think it could take on a number of forms, one of which is the athletic facilities themselves, the soccer fields and so forth. The other piece is the gathering spaces for food and beverage, sort of this outdoor market kind of feel for the F&B or the restaurants that would be there, this community hub. And on the indoor sports complex, they also had some offering of outdoor basketball courts and some jogging trails that was a part of their proposal. So the community space was certainly important to us. It's been important to us with the county involved on the park across the street. And we want to make sure that, we've been talking about this a lot over the last several months about east side and west side of the site. We want to make sure we're not losing sight of this is one site, and that this is a whole inclusive development, that we want to make sure that whatever happens on this portion of the site is aligned well and complements what's going on the other side of the site. So with the park that's underway right now, with the design, what they're looking at from the county perspective, we want to make sure, and this is something we discussed with the county as well, is how does this start to articulate and align better with what the park is, and making sure that the different uses that are between the two proposals, that they make the most sense in moving forward to basically have a more cohesive development over time. On the financial strategies and demonstrating.
Before you go there, I just wanted to follow up on the green space. I know you are looking at it more from the overall 70 acres. You're considering the county park. But I know in one of these proposals, especially indoor sports, that site plan does include more open and green space, which is a big plus. And I know I have heard that from community over and over again. Have we seen that sort of, I don't see that in QC East proposal. Is that, maybe it's just not included in the presentation? Or it's not, or there is not?
So I think we want to dive a little bit deeper into what the open space exists. As part of the infrastructure, there would be bike paths or greenways that would be connecting. That's part of the overall master plan for the infrastructure. So that would be going through that side of the site as well. So that's not just on the eastern, just not just on the western part of the site. So that is one piece of that open space and that greenway connectivity through the site. Those are questions we can certainly get into in terms of what other outdoor amenities might be necessary, because these proposals, they do move a little bit over time. And then the latest site plan, as I mentioned, on the indoor facility, we haven't seen what the latest site plan is. I presume it still includes some amount of green space and open space, as well, that was kind of a key component to that. But we just haven't really seen how it all comes together with the larger facility that they were proposing with their latest information that we received a few days ago.
Okay, I still didn't get a clear answer. Whether QC East, does it have open space and green space like the Eastland Yards is proposing?
So,
I mean, Eastland Yards Indoor Sports is proposing.
So it doesn't have green space and open space
I guess that's
exactly
what I'm
like,
asking.
it
Okay.
doesn't have it exactly like that, but I would say the type of open space is a little bit different. Again, it leans on some of the infrastructure improvements that are being made, as well as the community gathering space that's being discussed and talked about, and the soccer fields and how those fields are transferable into more community open spaces as well. So I think there's different ways of being flexible on that particular proposal.
Okay. Other thing, when we look at a public ask, I do see one proposal is asking almost 50%, 49%. Let's see, QC East is asking for about 49% of total public investment. Is that correct? And Eastland Yards Indoor Sports is asking for 40%.
That's based on some information that we received just a few days ago, and we're still trying to get clarity around what that looks like. In previous conversations, there was the expectation that the public would cover 100% of the public facility with the indoor facility. With the vacancy of Viking and RAD, they have also readjusted what that looks like from a private investment perspective. So there is a little bit more private investment coming into the public facility. The 50 or the 40%, again, that does not include infrastructure. So if you add in the infrastructure costs that are associated with that, it gets closer to about the 50% number as well.
So the 49% of QC East, that includes infrastructure?
It does.
Okay, so so the number here is not accurate?
I wouldn't say it's not accurate. What I would say is we're still trying to get into the details of that one. That's why we've received some information the last several days, and we're trying to get more clarity around what that actually looks like. Like I said, the 40% number is based on just the public facility itself. So that's kind of so it's 20 million of about a $40 to $50 million public facility.
Okay. I do need sort of additional information on that, because from what I see, I'm just looking at 40% that's presented here. And I know that was something very important to us, because I think the east side has been disappointed for over a decade, where proposal after proposal has not panned out. And I just want to make sure that we do everything, all the due diligence and everything in our power to ensure that there is a solid track record, financial capacity, and it addresses all the community needs before we make a commitment to one proposal.
And if I may, I just did some back of the envelope math, and if I add up the infrastructure estimates of what they think it could be and apply it to the overall project value of what they're looking at, it comes to about 46% of the total project.
So 49 versus 46?
Correct.
There's about a couple of $1 million difference, okay? Couple of more questions I have is, I know that one of the principles for redeveloping this site has been to unify local communities. And I do see a lot of my neighbors here, a lot of neighborhood leaders from the east side who has been at this for over a decade, even before I and Marjorie have been here, Councilmember Molina have been here. I think unifying the community in one of this proposal will be a key. And I don't see that right now. And I hope that we work towards that, because certainly the community, I have seen a lot of public support, emails and calls for the indoor sports complex over the QC East. And I just want to make sure that we have unified community voice here at the table. And so I have additional questions. I don't want to take up too much time. I'll probably come back to you later on, because there is a lot to unpack here. I just want to make sure whatever proposal that we select, as I stated earlier, it's sustainable for the east side for generations to come. So when I take my two daughters there, I can tell this is something that I had contributed to. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Seshmir. I think that really we understand that you're just getting this information in a report. There's going to be lots of opportunity for more of conversation on the documents that you're seeing. I did say I've asked Ms. Molina if she wanted to take a pass, and we'll go to Mr. Mitchell, so that she will have the opportunity to hear from all of her colleagues. Mr. Mitchell?
How many minutes do I have? You say 3.
Well, I don't think that there's a limit on your minutes. So.
Let me try to deal with the process. So usually a committee makes a recommendation to this council. And then this council votes on that recommendation. So I think we are having process issue from day one. You have a recommendation made here this evening, but on your first slide, you said there's no formal council action requested tonight. Those two don't go together. Council votes and gives staff the okay to proceed in a certain way. And I don't know what you're going to share with the community, but I do think there need to be an action vote among this council on your staff recommendation. That's point number one. Point number two, can you share with us the names of the people that was on the evaluation committee? You say some were from the city, some were from the county, some from CRVA. What we cannot do is have staff to go out there and take this recommendation to the community without council taking action on your recommendation that you had taken to the community. So I don't know, Mayor and Council, do we need to vote on this staff recommendation to assure staff is following our direction? Or we need to wait until you have fully vet, you say you have some outstanding issues to look at both proposals? That you get all those answered and come back to this council so we can take action. This is the first time, and I'm an old dinosaur, so I've been here too long. But I've never felt like staff make a recommendation and we don't act on it.
So the July schedule kind of set us back a little bit since we didn't have a committee meeting in July. So the next committee meeting opportunity would have been August. So we wanted to make sure we were able to get in front of everyone and talk about the update that we have so far. Where we are with the recommendation, we feel confident that we can move forward with the team we recommended at this point in time. We're not as confident in the timing of the other one. Could it happen? Yeah, I think it could happen, but it could take 3 months, it could take 6 months, we don't know how much longer it could take to actually get to a point that we are reducing the risk to the city, and we're not putting ourselves into a position to be back in the same discussion.
So Todd, I'm gonna be honest, it's more a question for this council. Should we vote on the staff recommendation than dialogue between you and I? So this is the first time we get staff recommendation, even from a committee. When we do report outs to the committee, council gives some indication, do we want staff to move forward or not? And for this particular case, staff is making a recommendation, and on your first slide, you say no formal council action requested tonight. So Mayor and Council, we can do one or two ways. We can vote on the staff recommendation, or we can make a motion for staff not to move forward until all the questions have been answered. That's a conversation that we need to have as council.
Mr. Mitchell, you're right about that. And I think the real question is it does need to go. It never did come out of ED as a final recommendation, and it is in a committee item, so it needs to go back to committee, and the questions need to be addressed, and the council needs to ask every question possible for that to take place.
So do I need to make that an motion, Mayor, to send this back to the committee before staff goes run out there to the community? Because I just want to make sure we do this right. And I don't think tonight, this process we have in front of us, and so I'm okay making a motion.
We go around the whole.
Oh, you want to go around?
I would go around the dais, and I think the real question is, this is a report, and it's like an action review where we comment and question, but I think the next steps is up to the council to decide, but it's still in the ED committee for a recommendation to come out. If I'm saying that incorrectly, Mr. Graham, Mr. Jones, let me know.
So let me make sure I'm clear, Mayor. So this item will be referred to the ED committee in August at the August meeting.
My understanding is it never came out.
Oh,
We've
it never
never
came out.
voted. Right.
So it's never been voted on in the ED
In
committee?
the ED committee. It's always been about
Well,
information.
We really getting ahead of ourselves.
Okay.
We're really getting ahead of ourselves. You don't even have the blessing of the ED committee. And so now it's looked like staff is getting in front of even the committee. And so can we just do it the right way? Let the committee make a recommendation to the full council, then the full council vote on it before we go out to the community?
I think we need to think it through of how do we get it out to the community as well. It's just something, I mean, not that the community's here and seeing it, so we just need to figure out what the right way is to do that. So, yeah. Mhm.
So you want me to make my motion after y'all finish talking?
Well,
Can we go
yes.
around first?
We are going around first, right?
Okay.
All right. Ms. Johnson? Ms. Johnson?
I just think we need to really be intentional about being transparent and consistent, no matter what the outcome is. The East Side has been waiting a long time for this, and we do need to get this right. So if there are any disparities or inconsistencies, and if the dinosaur over here is not familiar with deviation in the process, I think we really need to be considerate of that. So I want to see this, done right. If it has not even been recommended from the committee, then I just think we want to tread very lightly and carefully and deliberately on how this is done. I know that Councilmember Molina is passionate about this, wants to see it done right. I think as a council, in order to support her and lift her up, we need to make sure that this is done correctly, so that she doesn't face any pushback or negative feedback from the residents, nor do we. So I support what Councilmember Mitchell said.
All right, Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will reiterate my colleague's comment. The very first page of this PowerPoint, no formal council action requested tonight. That is the first piece. As we go through, Mr. DeLong, I have a couple of questions. You have the breakdown of the community engagement. You have on here that the geography was 45% of the responses came from the east side. So that means 55% of the responses came from individuals that do not live in the east side. So what you have on here, you give us a breakdown of geography of 28205, 212, 215, 277. East side also includes 262, 213, and depending on which map I'm looking at, 206. And so I guess depending on one side of the street may be the other side not. So I have a concern that also what is being presented to us, one, that we're even spending time having this conversation when we're on a backlog because of a June meeting being missed and the second meeting having only 6 people, that we're having this conversation in the dais when it has not been completely vetted. But to say that the geography that actually participated in this conversation, that the percentage of the actual residents were less than the percentage of people that had a comment regarding this, how this area should move forward outside of the district. That is a bit concerning for me. Also, you mentioned in the very first comment that the proposals would move from time to time, yet it seems like we are attempting to penalize one of the projects because of movement. So we say, you mentioned when Councilmember Ajmer was asking for the breakdown between the 40 and 49, because all we can go by is what's in front of us. So if there were a meeting or a conversation that was held on Friday, it would have been helpful if that information would have been updated so we have factual. But if we're saying 49% is around what the cost would have been for QC East, but yet keep in mind that it may be movable, and we're saying that 40% is what came from Eastland Yard, and they have made some movement. Help me understand how you see possible movement down the road as different of movement that's at the front end. Because if I'm trying to get you the best proposal, and if I were able to identify stronger partners or stronger proposal based on the community conversations, seem like that would be rewarded versus penalized. So help me understand.
Certainly, we would anticipate over time these proposals, particularly once we have more detailed conversations with them, what's proposed may not actually end up the way it actually gets delivered just because things move, market changes, cost estimates change. So there is some flexibility in that. What we don't necessarily like to see in the movement is we're going through a process like this and the key partners move, and you lose a developer who has experience doing these types of facilities or an operator who's been stated as the primary operator for the facility, and they're no longer on the team. So those sorts of things give us a little bit of pause and anxiety around the certainty and the confidence level that we have at this time as we're reviewing those proposals and making sure that we are putting ourselves in the best position to move forward in a successful way. So we don't have a situation where we lose a partner after we've already started into negotiations or have an MOU or have a development agreement with them. We want to make sure that we're getting as much information as we have today to be as certain as we are today, again, to put ourselves in the best position to move forward and have the most viable long-term and sustainable success at the site.
I appreciate us attempting to be good stewards. That is something that I'm always going to ask for. Mr. Manager, one of the challenges that I have is it seems like when this movement happened, it should have automatically gone back to committee to have conversations regarding what this movement looks like versus coming into this space for full council to be having this particular discussion at the dais. I'm concerned that, again, we start out with no formal council action is required, yet it is implied that if the next steps are QC East at Eastland Yards is in a position to begin implementing their concept, and that the staff's recommendation is to progress partnership conversations, that is an ask, that is a request. But we are not asking for action for council to take tonight, but that is a specific request for staff to move forward. That is a conflict, and that gives misrepresentation. The community, again, if we just go back to the basics of what was presented to us, 45% out of 100 of the residents in the area participated in this. 55% did not. That is a concern. So it's great when we have a number of people to show up. I don't know how many of these people, and yes, I do not go to all the East meetings, so I'm not going to try to give the interpretation that I do. I have been to a couple of them, but I still rely on going back from Councilmember Archery to Ashmira, now to Councilmember Molina. But with the emails that I have read, overwhelmingly came from residents in the community stating what project that they supported. Now, if there are changes in that, then that needs to be a conversation with that petitioner and that community to see if the community still supports what's moving forward, and staff needs to be a part of it. It should not be in front of us right now to be debating this. There's a challenge in that. And also, let's be perfectly honest, I don't appreciate anyone in the community who is supposedly a partner, because still, Councilmember Mitchell asked a very specific question. Who is on this committee? Who are these representatives? Mr. DeLong, do you have the list of those individuals who are these partners that we reached out to that are representing the city, CRVA, and the other partner? Who are they?
So from the city, it included myself and Assistant City Manager Tracy Dotson. From the county, it was Deputy County Manager Leslie Johnson and Acting Economic Development Director Shahid Rana. And then from the CRVA, it was Mr. Tom Murray.
So a number of us received emails and or phone calls over the weekend where individuals share their concern as far as which project should be the project supported. I have a fundamental challenge with any of our partners thinking that it is their responsibility or their role to tell this council how we are to vote, for the simple fact that we are elected by the people. That is all the people. Sometimes we're going to agree, sometimes we're going to disagree. Hell, y'all disagree with most of my doggone votes. But at the end of the day, We are the ones that make that decision, not any outside partner. I don't care how much funding or what they think their role is. So there's a challenge fundamentally in the fact that someone felt comfortable enough to pick up the phone to have those conversations. Now, we have multiple members of the community in here, but what I'm more concerned about, Mr. DeLong, is you have presented paperwork to us that in the nature of it is contradictory. And there is an ask in here. I do not feel comfortable with us moving forward with anything until all information has been gathered from both parties, and this gives the community a greater opportunity beyond 45% participation to let us know what your expectations are. Because we keep saying we don't want to get it right, we don't want to get it wrong. Slow down, slow down. So why the hell are we trying to rush tonight? To cussing yet, because that one's in the Bible, so don't give me that look, Dr. Watkins.
All right. Mr. Graham?
So, the biggest thing and the concern for me as a resident and chair of the Economic Development Committee is that we get it right. I'm not married to any of the proposals. I'm married to the long-term viability, financial capability, working with residents so that our future council, and I won't be here 5 years from now, won't be back here talking about Eastland. That's what we're trying to do. The reason why we're here tonight is that no committee has met this month. And there was a sense of urgency from the council to scoreboard applications, right? We're here because you wanted us to be here. So now we're here. And you asked staff to score it. Some wanted it to be scored by the end of June. The original public presentation was at the end of June, and we canceled that. So we are here because you asked us to be here with this information. Here's the information. Here's the score. We've done it fairly. Staff has done a good job doing their jobs with unbiased eyes, focusing on the bottom line. What is it do we have to do to ensure whatever we do with this 29 acres? And the frustrating part about me is we keep talking about this 29 acres, but we're not talking about the other side where we're making significant progress. The development, significant progress. And this is not a 10-year problem that we're trying to solve. It's a year problem when Tepper Sports and Entertainment pulled out. So we're trying to solve a 13-month problem, not a 10-year problem, with respect to the history of Eastland. I know it. I'm a part of that history, too. Lived in East Charlotte, worked at Eastland Mall, lived in Burnham Woods, went to Red Lobsters and Grady's and Darrow's. I lived that history, too. So it's really important that we do it and we get it right. And here's the score. All right, here's where we are. And it was the community, one thing that, and I went through with staff all these surveys, is that the community said they wanted to move quickly, right? One application is ready to go tomorrow, next week, next month. One may take a little bit more time to get there. They can get there, but it may take 3, 6, 9 months to a year, based on conversations I've been having with staff, right? And so the question is, at some point, we're going to have to make a decision. And I see friends all over the gallery. Top, bottom, left, right, and the corner. all of the problem. And the hardest thing to do is tell your friends no, or you can't help them. But my position here is to be the friend of the community with a big C. Whether you live in District 5, or we hope that people from District 2 would come to support what's built in District 5, or folks from District 6 come over there and support it. We're trying to do a regional destination, not just something that's 4, 5, 6 blocks, right? And so whether they lived in East Charlotte or they lived in my district and sent in a survey, a questionnaire about how that land should be developed, I take all that in because everyone's paying into the pot all over the city. Everybody's putting money into the pot. And so we will receive it back. We, the Economic Development Committee, we have done exactly what you've requested us to do. We're here tonight because there was a message from this council saying that we want the information sooner than later, right? Here it is, right? Fair and square, unjaundiced eyes, based on where we are today. And so, you know, I want to be supportive of East Charlotte. I mean, I get it. But the worst thing we can do, and I won't do it as chairman of the Economic Development Committee, is tell you what you want to hear versus what you need to know. I'm going to tell you what you need to know, even if you don't want to hear it. Because that's being honest. That's being transparent, right? That's being where we are, right? And so, you know, we'll do whatever the council wants to do. My job is to process the work. I'm processing the work for the ED committee, not married to any proposal, but I mean, this, you know, you can't keep changing the rules on me. That's all I got to say. You can't keep changing the rules, council. You got to draw a line in the sand and be willing to make a decision at the appropriate time. And we're here because this is what you requested, and here it is.
Mr. Driggs.
Thank you, Mayor. I am Ed Driggs. I represent Valentine.
You're welcome in Eastland.
I have been on council for 10 years, and I have followed the Eastland conversation that whole time. And so I have a sense of continuity. I have a memory about the conversations that were had, the commitments were made, the false starts that occurred over that time. And we reached a point where Tepper withdrew, and suddenly we had nothing after all that time. And the one thing I was keenly aware of, and I'll echo Mr. Graham's comments here, was that the East Charlotte community was losing patience. We're getting fed up. We're wondering why we hadn't done more. And so we started to work under a sense of time pressure. I think that was heightened somewhat by the conversation about a major tennis facility over at the River District, concerns about whether or not the money might get siphoned off, whether Eastland would end up on a back burner. So I was motivated myself. I thought, we got to do something. We got to do something. And yet the first couple of proposals we got didn't really make a lot of sense. They involved a huge amount of public money, and in some instances, like Target, they weren't really responsive at all. So in my mind, we ended up with this great tension between soon and good. And they didn't necessarily comport. You could have soon or you could have good, maybe not both. And so that's the environment. And I think it is unfair to staff, perhaps, to come down on them so hard, because the staff has been scrambling to keep up with these events, to keep up with us and the timeline that we've been trying to work on, with commitments that we made. We had a 60-day window, and then something came in after that. So what do? Does that mean that we don't respect the urgency that has been communicated to us, or what? And so I agree with you, Mr. Graham. I think we got here because of the evolution of the events. And I believe the staff was doing the best it could to move quickly. But what turns out is now we have two proposals, both of which have appeal. I don't think either one of them on its face is totally unacceptable or unworkable. One of them is better defined than the other. Neither one of them is fully defined. But if what you want is now and fast, then QC is more accessible. We have more confidence about it that we can execute more quickly. If you're prepared to accept that we spend a little more time getting to a similar place in the evaluation of both proposals, then we will look at them. I'm very curious to get more feedback about what the mood is of the East Charlotte community in general, and I'm counting on Ms. Molina to help me to understand that, since I don't live there. Certainly, we continue to seek a solution that keeps the promises that were made and fulfills the aspiration of the East Charlotte community. But right now, we are under this time pressure, and it makes it hard. So I'm going to wait and see. I think we do need to do justice to both of these proposals, and I just warn you, it's going to take a little more time. Thank you.
Mr. Bakari?
Yes, thank you. There seems to be a little bit of confusion around the process, so I just want to give a couple clarification points on that. When we opened up this process many months ago for an additional 60 days, a majority of the council felt that of the options we had, there wasn't enough compelling opportunity there to just decide amongst that. Not all council, some, but a majority said, let's open it back up for 60 days so we can get more options in. Some folks fought against that. 60-day clock opened, submissions came in, and then we closed that window and staff went about diligence. We got updates in committee, and then ultimately it led to the last ED committee that occurred where staff came forward and they brought a singular recommendation to committee saying, we recommend QC East. After all the others had gone through diligence, they said, we are ready to recommend moving forward with only QC East to the ED committee. The one unique thing that happened was 72 hours before that, weeks and weeks after the bidding process formally closed, a new bid came in, option B. It's one of the ones we're looking at tonight. And the issue with that was we really aren't supposed to accept bids when that closed. But the committee decided, you know what, staff has a recommendation to move forward with just this one, but we want to give that other one a shot. We want to see what you come up with, staff, in your diligence, and ultimately bring it back to us. So the confusion around why didn't this go to committee, it did. Staff made a recommendation to just move forward with one, and the committee voted, yes, we will move that forward. But they also voted one extra thing, which was, let's give this new option B a chance. So staff went away, they've done their diligence. Tonight they came out and presented that to us all. And basically they said, QC East is ready now. It's attractive funding structure. It's a great proven team, and they put together a vision that aligns well with what the community stated they value early on. They said some nice things about the indoor sports complex. It has merit. It just isn't ready yet at this phase. So they've done exactly what we've asked them to do. They brought that back and they've closed the loop, basically saying, we can't recommend the other one. We've done that diligence. So we're back to where we started. Do you want to make a decision and pull the trigger on our recommendation? Or the other piece of this is, do we want to reopen the process? Because we can't keep allowing changes and new submissions outside of the formal process. So I think that's the really important part of this whole conversation tonight, which is staff did exactly what we asked out of committee. All of that stuff was done, all the proper boxes were checked, and now it's a political decision. And that's fine. But the reason they put no action today on this was because staff doesn't need our political input and direction to relay their due diligence results. They simply show us that, and then we make as a body a political decision if we want. But we've heard loud and clear what staff has said. So it's my belief that ultimately whatever we decide to do next after this, we can choose the one they picked, we cannot choose the one they picked, but we need to have a process around doing something new and from scratch, because we allowed this option B in really an inappropriate way. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Watlington?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just real quick, I appreciate the synopsis from Mr. Picard, but I do want to point out a couple of things just so that everybody's clear on what transpired. Number one, this is not an RFP. So while we talk about what's inappropriate or what's appropriate per the process, this was not an RFP process. So it looks a little bit different, right? I just want to make sure that everybody's clear about that. The second thing is, though I don't, part of me really doesn't even want to have a whole lot of conversation about staff, because I don't feel like this is about whether staff did the right thing or didn't do the right thing, right? But I will say that, and I'm looking at it, the recommendation from the committee absolutely said, recommend a June community meeting to solicit feedback. QC East at Eastland Yards, potentially Eastland Yards Indoor Sports Complex. So I don't want to give the impression that staff brought a recommendation to the committee meeting to move forward with only one, because that's not what's reflected here on the record. Thirdly, I do see here, just to reiterate some of the points that my colleagues made earlier, while this is a staff recommendation, it includes, with our tacit agreement, some action, which is what I think some of my colleagues were saying before. So I think that's the rub here. So I just wanted to make sure that we're all on the same page about what transpired. I've got a number of things to say. I will say I'm very happy to see so many folks here from both sides. Just raise your hand if you're from the east side. I can appreciate it. Luana Mayfield said something earlier that I thought was absolutely astute. Only 45% of the people from the east side responded to the survey. Mr. DeLong, do you have the results specific to the folks who live on the east side by chance?
Not with me.
Okay, I'd like to see that as a follow-up. And the reason that I'd like to see that is, while I agree with Mr. Graham's comments around Big C to a certain extent, we also understand that those that are most proximate to the impact should be, I believe, should be given deference in terms of decision-making. We're in a Corridors of Opportunity program right now because we know that depending on where you live in this city, you may have been invested in more heavily or less invested in. And so I think that's why we've got district representation, to make sure that everybody has a seat at the table, and somebody on the other side of town that doesn't care if you live next to a trash dump is making a decision for you. So I am okay with engaging more heavily with East Side residents. To that end, I do want to bring up that we did receive, though we did not do a formal city community survey process like out in the public in person, we did receive 270 signatures via petition from our East Side residents that very clearly stated what they wanted. I agree with a lot of the comments that my Lieblingskolleg made when he said that it really depends at the end of the day on what is the desire of the community at this point. I do think that there was a certain set of circumstances prior to this that really did drive that urgency, because there was some discussion about competing interests. I don't think that that is any longer the case because we've set aside dollars. So I do think we're at a point where we need to hear from you all, what is it that is the priority at this point? And honestly, I think you've told us that via this petition. I don't think that at this point it's about urgency in the sense that we'll take something that we previously weren't even supporting just to have something. I think that that looks a little bit different, but I, along with Mr. Driggs, would like to get that data point. I did have a couple of questions in regards to the presentation. And thank you for answering the question about the staff evaluation participants, because I was also curious about that as well. I would have liked to see a little bit more of a mix of staff and maybe a broader subset of folks who could score the project, simply because sometimes fresh eyes can help give a little bit more objective feedback. Or when I say more objective, I don't mean more objective, I mean more in quantity objective feedback. So as I'm looking at the pros and cons that were listed out, I would have loved to see the actual scores. And the reason I say that is because as I'm looking at the pros and cons, which I assume is a summary of what was, or they should reflect the scores, some of them seem a little curious, and I know because of time that we don't have time to get into each and every one, but I read each and every one, and it would appear that some of the things can apply to both projects but weren't necessarily categorized under both projects, or the verbiage used was different for each project. And that is concerning to me because I want to make sure that we are free of any bias or any kind of predetermined action because of all of the conversation that we've been having. So that for me, I'd like to understand a little bit more about what the actual scores are. I agree with Ms. Mayfield about proposal movement. We know that there's going to be that. That's why people include risk and contingencies in their projects. So that piece doesn't concern me as much because we're not wildly out of sync in terms of the numbers. So for me, at this stage in the project, that doesn't feel like enough of a differentiation to make a decision one way or the other. I would like to see as well the documented most updated information because I was following along, but it didn't, because it didn't quite match up, it made it a little bit difficult to really assess. And I know that you all were trying to meet tonight's deadline, but I would like to see that as a follow-up. I did have two clarity questions and then one more thing to add. From a clarity standpoint, I see here that it was mentioned that the partners changed, right? And so the partners that I'm looking at, based on the latest information that I have, and correct me if I'm wrong, is we've secured letters of intent from Edge Sports Group, Patrick Williams, Shashwat Developers, SportsMed Properties, for a total, it looks like, of about, and correct me if I'm wrong, Todd, about $55 million or so. Given these LOIs, along with a city contribution of $20 million, we are fully funded and intend to develop the site in a single phase rather than two. City contribution accounts for 25% of the project, but I don't believe that includes the infrastructure. Is that correct? Okay. All right. So that being said, help me understand, because I went back to the presentation from the committee, and it spoke to Edge Sports being the experienced partner. Mm-hmm. So, and it looks like they're still a part of it. So can you help me understand those comments?
So when we had our first conversation with the indoor sports complex team, it was with a member of Synergy Sports and a member of Rad Sports. Mm-hmm. And at that time, it was conveyed that Rad Sports would be the primary operator of the facility, and Edge Sporting Group might come in phase two with respect to the sheets of ice and the ice rinks. That's always been part of the phase two. I think Synergy Sports and that team also recognized there were some gaps based on that conversation because of the expectations they had that the public would cover 100% of the public facility. I'm assuming that there may have been some conversations after that they needed to readjust and recalibrate how they're looking at the funding and funding structure there. We have received letters from interested parties who said they had money that they can commit up to a certain amount of money for these specific uses. The key partners are to the ones you mentioned, but with respect to what we've seen with the proposal and how it changes with operating partners and things like that, it comes down to Synergy, Edge Sporting Group, the hotel developer, really that comes into play with some of the adjacent development, and then SportsMed Properties, because they would be acting as the master developer for that side of the site.
So though we've seen movement, the fundamental experience is still within the
Edge Sports, they don't have as much experience, at least from my cursory initial review. They don't have as much experience with the overall amateur sports facilities. Most of their experience is around, I believe to be around ice rinks, and not as much of the other indoor sports, like the basketball courts and things like that. Could they do it? They probably could. I think we just don't know enough about them, and they were never intended to be that partner for that. That was going to be Rad Sports' role.
Gotcha. Okay, and then my second clarity is from a conceptual standpoint. I saw a note here listed under Eastland Yards. Programming is still very conceptual, including the floor plan, community learning center, ancillary development. Are there floor plans for QC East, or what did you mean by that? Because I wouldn't think that floor plans would exist for anybody at this point.
So the floor plan really speaks to the number of courts, what that breaks down into, how that all comes together with the different uses at play. In the initial proposal, they had 10 courts, I believe it was 10 courts, and then later information we saw, the increase of 50,000 to 75,000 square feet, there was down up to 12 courts. And so it was suggested to us it's still very conceptual. It could move one way or the other. They're still working through what that floor plan looks like.
Gotcha, but not changes specific to big differences in use.
that's, the uses come into play with what the floor plan is. Now, particularly if they're looking at courts, some of the uses would still be the same. Indoor basketball, indoor volleyball, some of the things would occur on the indoor court types of facilities.
Gotcha, thank you. And then lastly, I just want to make a comment that one of the things, and I know it wasn't covered here because it seemed like this was focused on just the financials, which is part of why I would love to have seen a broader group of staff input. But one of the things that I thought was compelling and there was a differentiator about this Eastland Yards proposal was that it provided for public governance with public investment, and that's one thing that it would seem that we are early enough in the process, regardless of which project, that's something that could be worked in. That's something that's extremely important to me because we had that conversation several times and several council members said that for the amount of money that we're investing, we would expect some level of public governance. And so I just wanted to lift that back up because I hadn't seen it here. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Molina?
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. I think, well, first of all, I want to start by thanking my colleagues for your input and your passion and how conscious you are about this. You know, the decisions that we make at Eastland will truly affect not only the east side, but all of our residents in our city as a whole. So it makes a difference to have so many minds synthesize this information and allow feedback so that not only I can learn from you, but our community can hear how you interpret the information to help us collectively arrive at a decision for the Eastland Yards project. So thank you all for, you know, your input and your passion around it. That helps. For the community members that hired me, I appreciate all of you coming out tonight. I know I've spoken to many of you directly. I've read your emails. I've talked to you on the phone. I've heard your discontent around this project as a whole. And I'm not pandering to you. I live right there with you. I can walk to Eastland. My children only know East Charlotte. They were born there. They were raised there. They went to Albemarle Road Elementary School before I moved them for their own interests, taking advantage of different programs. So I'm right there with you, and I understand. Eastland is the heartbeat of East Charlotte. It is absolutely the heartbeat of our part of the community, and I know how important this decision is. I have a big fear to get it wrong, and that's one of the reasons why I've really, truly asked for patience, because at that June 5th meeting, when I asked for my colleagues to consider option B, I knew it was a risk. And what I'd hoped was that in that consideration, we had two projects that were absolutely ready to go. But what we're dealing with now is what the community would want and a business due diligence, which is really, really hard to have those two things meet in the middle. And for true transparency, I am not married to either one. The only thing I care about is the highest and best outcome. Whether it's A or B, I do not care. I have even purposefully, people have asked me, Marjorie, what is your vision? I don't have a particular vision. I have a vision that involves the voices of the community that I represent. And I have to put an and in there, and the most viable opportunity for the East Side that is going to create what we've waited for. Now, I think I can agree with much of what was said here from the dais, and I can even disagree with a few of the comments as well. And I won't go into that. I won't belabor any additional points, but I want to make sure that I stress that at the end of this, I'm also on the Economic Development Committee. So I'm a part of the conversations. I'm in the room. I have access to, our staff and my colleagues here on council to continue to have this conversation. And I want to put a parenthesis in here. I just had a town hall, and the reason why I held that town hall before even talking about anything Eastland, because I had people asking me about Eastland, but I think it's important for people to know who we are on the east side. Do you know that east side residents as a whole, using the quality of life indicator, we're more than $10,000 below the average income of anybody in the city of Charlotte? Do you know that only 28% of our residents have a bachelor's degree? Do you know that we don't have jobs because we don't have major highways running through our communities? And when companies come to build in Charlotte, they're looking for proximation to major highways so that they can build facilities that people have regular transportation to. Did you know that? Because that's what I was trying to get out, and that's what I'm going to continue to try to get out. That's how I learned how to lead. I learned enough about our demographics to know what we need. We need infrastructure, we need economic opportunities, we need, transportation, we need a list of things. And I would say, and I may sound biased, but I got quantitative information to stand on from a platform to say, I know what we need because here is what our quantitative metrics based on what our quality of life indication says, who we are, what we are, broken down from zip code to neighborhood. So now I know who we are as a community. And that matters in making this decision. Who is going to be the best option for a community that has, and I know every community in Charlotte has a list of needs, but in particular, I've been elected to represent the residents in District 5. And so it's my job to understand us as intimately as I possibly can. I've seen the signatures. I know the signatures. I know many of the names. I know every last community that's represented there. Every last one of them, I know them. And I hear you and I see you. Even the people who are on both sides, let me make sure that I'm clear. Because I have this thing where anybody who proposes to come to our side of town, whoever it is, whoever the outcome is for this facility, I want you to know you might be on the right bus, but in the wrong seat, right? So maybe right bus, wrong seat. Maybe it's whichever one is chosen and whichever one is not. Maybe you're on the right bus, but maybe you're in the wrong seat. Maybe Eastland for whichever one is not chosen. Maybe it's not Eastland. Maybe it's somewhere else in our community for a facility or some type of conversation for something that makes sense for our residents, because obviously we have a want for both. And this is just my mind being solution-minded. This is my mind thinking around, and I'm not making any promises. I don't want to say that I'm saying one or the other. I'm saying, in my mind, that's the way I see it. Right bus, wrong seat. So just enveloping all that's here, enveloping the willingness and the opportunity for people to come to East Charlotte and set up. And no, we don't have major highways, but we got people who go to work every day. We also got a high percentage of working class individuals who go to work, who have children, who have families, who live in single family houses, and they're looking for things to do with their families. So both could work. And I think the opportunity to continue to have this conversation on committee is something that I know that we're going to continue to do. I know that we're going to have an opportunity to engage the community, city and county. As many of you know, I do talk to my counterpart on the county commission, Mark Jarrell, and he will be a part of that opportunity. In weighing this opportunity as well, I have to inject that it was, I think, a good idea, and maybe for transparency, to let everybody know who was involved in the scoring. I think CRVA, I think the county commission, who's a stakeholder in this project, and us having a voice on this is important. To take a look at both proposals and to weigh them based on metrics that we all understand. I think a lot of the times when we speak from these different positions, we use wording that you may or may not understand. We're talking in ways that it just makes no sense to the regular person, and you don't have to understand that, but I want to make it as clear as we possibly can so that you understand exactly what we're talking about, who, what, when, how, as best as we can, right? So breaking that down, here's what we done, this is why we did it, here's who was involved. I think that's very important for you to walk away from this and feel like you were properly served by the people that are duly elected to represent you on council. So my takeaway is to, inform staff and my colleagues that we continue to have this conversation. We're going to have to continue to have this conversation and make sure that we understand what we're delivering and why, and touch the community again and make sure that we understand look, and this ain't a survey. I know I've heard so much feedback about the survey, right? My original intention with that survey was not to make this political. My original intention with that survey, y para la gente que habla en español, yo lo siento. For the people who speak Spanish, I'm sorry. We didn't get that out right away. But my original intention was to reach out to the community and make sure that the community had a voice in this process, however imperfect that has been for everyone. So we will continue to get better with this process as it goes along. I've never been, since I've sat at this dais for the last 9 months, a person of fast. I really think diligence is something that we must do. And maybe it's a combination of not going super slow, but it's making sure that we do our due diligence. So we still got deliverables to take away. And I hope that you all will continue to allow us to do that.
So thank you very much. I think we've captured, at least I've tried to capture, and I know the manager and the staff in this room has been trying to capture what Ms. Molina said, which is we have a lot more work and conversation to have. So this is in committee, and my suggestion is that the committee convene a meeting this month and actually go through the questions that have been raised, and that the staff take a back seat and stop where we are until the committee can actually outline a process that the council can have for approval for the next steps. So if that's something that will work for this group, I would still say that the Economic Development Committee will meet, take the information on both of these projects, take the information from the discussion tonight, and go through the due diligence. And I say use whatever accountability person that works. So let's get some information about, where the people are and where they live. All of these things are important for this because this is the long haul. This isn't something that we're going to do and then say, okay, we're done and walk away. This has to be a sustainable value project for the community. And I mean that in East Side, but more importantly, I think it's for the way that this council will be perceived for the entire city. I think all of us are being looked at as your agents of quality of life. And that means everybody has to have a shot at it. So right now, Mr. Graham?
So, Mayor, are you referring that to his committee?
It's just referring this discussion and the issues that have been identified in this discussion tonight and giving the committee the ability to access whatever professional assistance that they need, and that the staff takes a step back and not a staff review. But if you have the ability to work with people, I think that Ms. Watlington and Ms. Mayfield talked about, we need some real data that fits what we're trying to do. And I don't want the staff to think that this is something, you did what we asked you to do.
But now this has gotten to a place that is about what this council wants to do. And so I'm referring it back to the ED committee for a meeting as soon as possible, but more importantly, to come out of that meeting with a process for adoption by this council. Ms. Mayfield?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. If I can add to that, if we're going to continue to have this goals and evaluation process, there must be representation from the east side. So when we had that conversation, for the simple fact that we all received the email, my colleague, Dr. Wallington, spoke to it. We received over 200 plus emails from residents of the east side. So when it was asked who was on this committee, and it was identified who was on the committee, the community has to be at the front end as well. If we're taking into consideration the very second item from the community was the unified local community and going down the list. So if we can make sure that it is clear on the front end that there is east side representation that's a part of that discussion.
A part of the committee's discussion?
No,
What I'm
that's not what I
saying,
said, Mr. Brown.
we're not doing
It was
any-
I said when we get to
When
the
we get to that
evaluation
place.
piece, where we have representation from the city, from the county, from CRVA, there must be east side representation, whether it is the president of the East Side Neighborhood Association, whether it's bringing in Councilmember Molina to actually be a part of that immediate discussions. There needs to be clear representation because that is not what was stated. When it was asked who is part of these evaluations, when it was not stated that Councilmember Molina is the city representative, what was stated was economic development was the city representative, as well as Mr. DeLong.
And I
There
think-
needs to be clarity.
And I think Ms. Mayfield is being consistent with what she said. Who lives in the geography? Who are the people that are there, and how are they represented? I captured that way. But I think that the committee, it's about the process. Like, if we're going to do this, how do we do it? And how do we get council to agree that that's what we're doing before we start doing anything else?
All right.
So-
Madam Mayor, if I could-
Yes.
I am more than willing and capable of managing the policy discussion. I am incapable of managing the politics of this, all right? I'm just going to be clear and to the point, right? And the community, and I received emails too, the phone calls. They have been to every committee meeting since January, February, are part of this process. The surveys, we made an intention to go out and shop both proposals to them. So I don't want to leave the impression that the community voice is not heard. Their voices are heard very loud and clear. Now it's a policy discussion, and that the 12 of us have to come to some resolution around. And as I said earlier, the resolutions in reference to the best and highest use for the 29 acres, and the developer, A, B, C, or D, who have the financial capability, who has the prerequisite qualifications, and who has the ability to deliver on time and to the satisfaction and the wishes of the community. And so that's where we are, and I can manage that. And I can manage it with the council's direction and with the experts. And this committee is not the experts. The staff are the experts. And I thought the way we did it, the way the staff did it, where CRVA houses these large venues, they kind of understand how it works and what it takes for it to be successful. The county has a interest in it, 4.5 acres on the western side of the district. They approved our TAG, so they have an interest and they weighed in, as well as our city staff. And so, we did have a meeting, and I was there, and the district rep was there, and Mr. Gerald was there, the county was there, and the city staff was there. And so there have been conversations where the views and the opinions, and the district representative is very articulate at those meetings in terms of representing the needs of all the residents of District 5. So their voice are being heard. My final point is it's time to make a policy decision based on business-driven data. And then I can do that.
and that's what we expect of you. So we
Okay.
will get there. All right, that's,
Mayor, and it's not a comment to your referral, but I think we need to be very clear tonight, so let me speak for myself. I felt a little insulted on this PowerPoint when a recommendation made, and on the first sheet, it say no formal council action requested tonight. City Manager, I think there's 3 people responsible for the agenda, correct? I hope this day going forward, we never have this language again. This is insulting to the people around this table that
Speak for yourself.
to hear a recommendation.
Speak for yourself, James. I don't feel that way.
he
Well, I
said he
said me.
spoke
If
for
you're
himself.
offended, that's fine, but don't include
He
me,
did.
okay?
You did say that, so thank you. All right, so thank you all for coming out tonight. As you can tell, we have lots of work to do, and we're going to do that in a way that there'll be openness and that you can be a part of this. We're going to have the committee begin. We'll spend some time talking about, but I think the most important thing is getting the right people in the room, and if that means that we have to have people that have expertise outside of it, or neighborhood, whatever, we'll do that. So, all right, we still have a few items on our agenda. If anyone would like to stay to join us for the remainder of our meeting. So, and some of these are very important items, just as we talked about. Okay. All right, the next item is item 21. Is there a motion to accept a grant for $260,000 from Lowe's Home Improvement for the construction of an urban arboretum trail, street plaza, and adopt the budget ordinance appropriating said funds to the general grants fund? Do I have a motion? I need a motion for item 21.
Mayor, move to approve A and B.
Thank you. And any discussion? All in favor, please raise your hands. All right, everybody says it's unanimous. All right, guys, I know it's been a long day. We've had a lot of stuff that's really been difficult as topics and explanation, but we have to get through this because it's important around our housing programs and around some of the things that we have to finance. So please, if you could just hang in there. Do I have approval for 21?
Mayor, action A and B.
A and B. All in favor, raise your hands. Thank you very much. The next item is there a motion to adopt a budget
So
ordinance?
move, Mayor. Action A.
We have a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. Everyone in favor, please raise your hands. All right. The next one is the land lease of city-owned property at McDowell Creek
Move for
wastewater.
approval, action A, B, and C, Mayor.
Thank you. Any discussion?
Second.
All in favor, raise your hand. All right, the next one is Mecklenburg Soil and Water Conservation District Urban Cost Share Program. Is there a motion to adopt a resolution?
Second.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, please raise your hand. All right, the next one is Brook Hill Village, naturally occurring affordable housing preservation support request. Is there a motion to approve $3.5 million from this coronavirus state and local fiscal recovery fund for the preservation of Brook Hill Village Apartments, multifamily affordable housing development? Authorize the manager to execute the documents as necessary.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? No, hearing none. All in favor, please say.
Actually, I do have something to say.
You have a question or you have something to say?
I have something to say, and I think Ms. Mayfield has something.
Who had a question?
Oh, well, appreciate it.
All right, Ms.
I know that we're
Watlington.
moving, but I would be remiss if we passed by this and didn't say anything. I see the team up around the dais. I know that several folks were involved with this. I want to acknowledge the fantastic work of Antoine Denard and Griffin Partners, obviously our wonderful Mr. Sean Key, and the Housing and Neighborhood Services Group, the Harvest Center, and council members past and present, and my former district rep, Ms. LaWanna Mayfield. I know that that you didn't happen to be sitting in this seat when it happened, but you've been here the whole time along the way. So I'm so happy that we're able to sit here together.
It's okay,
and
you're holding
celebrate
my
this.
seat very well right now.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
All right, so we had a motion and a second. Please raise your hand. I think we've already done that, but Ms. Watlington stopped us
It's
for
okay.
the comment. So, okay, this is unanimous. The next item is to adopt the initial findings resolution and set a public hearing for the airport on 2023 general
airport revenue bonds and bond anticipation notes. Is there a motion?
Move to approve and adopt A and B.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. Execution of various documents to draw on a program for outstanding arena certificates of participation. Do we have a motion?
Move to approve and adopt A, B, and C.
A, B, and C.
A and B, move to authorize C.
Authorize C. Thank you very much. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, please raise your hand. Now, this part of our, remaining part of our agenda is the council consideration of nominations to various boards and commissions. And we will turn to our deputy clerk for that information.
Madam Mayor, can I read through all of them and take one?
Do you have only one?
No, there's
You have a
several.
number?
Can I read through?
Would it be a preference? Well, I guess we have to vote on it, so, okay, let's go.
So I can read through all of
Yes,
them?
read all of them at one time.
Okay. The Business Advisory Committee, Patrice Funderburk received 10 nominations. Chad Turner received 10 nominations. For Charlotte Business Inclusion Advisory Committee, Sierra Lilly received 10 nominations. For the Charlotte Neighborhood Equity and Stabilization Commission, we'll have to bring that one back. For the Charlotte Regional Visitor Authority, the full service category, Thomas Dolan received 9 nominations. For the restaurant category, Trip Cagle received 6 nominations.
Ed, we have a
And
closed session.
Emma Allen
We have a
and
closed
Irvin Gordon both received 9 nominations. For the Charlotte Water Advisory Committee, incumbent Bill Cornett received 9 nominations. For the Citizens Review Board, incumbent LaBecky Rowe and Brittany Lee both received 10 nominations. For the Citizen Transit Advisory Group, incumbent Michael Cataldo received 9 nominations. For the Historic District Commission, we'll have to bring that one back. For the Historic Landmarks Commission, incumbent Nadine Ford and William Hughes, incumbent, both received 10 nominations. For Keep Charlotte Beautiful, incumbent Martin Doss received 9 nominations. Incumbent Mark Laughlin received 9 nominations. Chris Stack received 7 nominations. And incumbent Dave Stoller received 9 nominations. The Passenger Vehicle for Hire, we will have to bring that one back. For the Planning Commission, incumbent Will Russell received 8 nominations. For Public Art Commission, Nina Jackson received 9 nominations. For both Stormwater Advisory Committee and the Transit Service Advisory Committee, we'll bring those back. For the UDO Board of Adjustment, incumbent Deborah Dryden received 10 nominations.
Move by acclamation, all nominations that receive 7 or more.
We have a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Thank you very much. So we have,
Yeah, because there was
the others will
one
come back.
person
I'm
that
sorry.
received 6, so I just wanted
They
to
will
make sure.
come back on the agenda.
No, they already had 6. I just wanted to make sure it was 6 and more.
Oh, yeah, we have 6.
No, Mayor, I verbally said 7 and more, so I nodded to the clerk to amend that for 6 and more for the records.
All right, thank you.
Councilmember Edgemere.
All right, so we now have a motion from the attorney for a closed session.
Yes, Madam Mayor, members of council, I ask for a closed session to consult with the city attorney pursuant to NCGS 143-318-11A3 in the matters of the State of Franklin, ex rel. Franklin versus City of Charlotte, Deb B. versus City of Charlotte, and McManus versus City of Charlotte.
So moved.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Do we have a second?
Yes.
All in favor of the motion, please raise your hand.
We did it. That was the first.
Anyone opposed? All right, let's go in the back room, guys.
When I pulled out
You can
one
have that.
thing.
Yes.